collective communistic sort of interpretation.
Well, I don't know. I probably disagree because
Non-compatible.
I think that Christianity is not. I don't think Christianity is about the individual. I think that it's about the
Salvation, bro.
well, it's about salvation, but salvation is also like
You,
it's very clear in the New Testament though. You don't win salvation by fending for yourself, right? The revelation of Christianity is that you have to help other people. So to me, that implies that Christianity is not about
tricky.
individuality. It's about learning how to, I mean, literally, Jesus is like, love your
No, but
neighbor.
it's about your own salvation,
Oh, it's
like your
not. It's
actions
not.
in the world.
Well, it
No.
is and it isn't, but it's not the. Your actions are not supposed to
Mm.
be centered around winning salvation in any. They're not supposed to. Now they will be because that's how psychology affects us. But like
Yeah, well, I mean, it
the
is,
thing
but it
is,
isn't, but it is. What are you trying to say?
well, it's
Pick
that
your lane, bro.
it's nuanced. The thing is that
Yeah,
like
sure.
the way people the way something like uh how we're supposed to interact with each other is portrayed in Christianity is unique because it basically says you need to betray nature. You need to not do what you want to do, which is basically, put other people in debt and take value from them and do all this predatory stuff. Like it's basically like don't do any of
Something
these
about
things
greed. Yeah,
to
sure.
your neighbor and then instead do the opposite, which is just charity or um things like that. And it's like it doesn't say like, okay, that's going to give you salvation, but it's kind of like in these acts you're emulating divine act. You're emulating something above humanity. So this is really how you like uh move out of uh sort of like your initial like low state in humanity is by participating in the divine in this way. Um
Yeah, so you're acting in something, right?
yeah,
Gotta
but
be
it's like a
very careful
political
with this stuff at this point, man.
it's a political act though because you're doing it with other
Uh,
people in mind or for the benefit
maybe.
of other people. And I don't have any issue
If
with
you think
acting.
so.
I mean, I don't have any
If
issue
you
with
think
acts at
so.
all. I
Mm.
don't think acts are bad. I mean, acts are like everything that you do. Your thoughts are important, but like you affect people with your acts. I don't think that that's in conflict with the New Testament at all.
Oh, of course not. No. I don't know. There's an antagonism to be had there about the nature of the acts. Like what? You're not allowed to profess your own.
Well,
But
it's about how
I,
you do the
dude,
acts
I'm
that's
not
important
in.
in Christianity.
I don't want to antagonize Christian at
But
all.
that's the thing. In Christianity, it's about your intentions. No, it's about what's you perform an act, and it's like, okay, well, what's going on in your head as you perform this act? Are you doing it for like vain reasons, or are you doing it for some other reason, or whatever? I think that's uh, difficulty of Christianity, but it's also
Oh yeah, that's
it's
one of the
unique to
major
Christianity.
conundrums, man. Like, what are you gonna
Yeah.
do? Like, you gonna help the granny across the road, or are you gonna pick up that like lost dog that you find, like a stray dog on the street? Like, I mean, these are
Yeah,
all actions.
yeah, but they're all like important things too. It's like I don't think you save yourself by just like sitting in a dark cave all day praying. I think the point is you're supposed to go out in the world and do good things.
Like, learn about Shakespeare.
Yeah, I would say that's part of it.
Did you like do literature or something at university? What did you say like your main course
No,
was?
no, biochemistry. I'm just interested in literature, like
Right.
personally.
Yeah. How did you get from biochemistry to literature? Interesting.
'Cause I was just
Dude,
always
like I did architecture, and it got me like a little bit of a fang for information and knowledge. But it makes so much more coherent sense in architecture that you're looking at the reason why people build buildings and like what you compared to yourself, who's doing what is it,
well, I was actually interested in architect.
biochem?
I almost majored in architecture when I first went to university because I was
Yeah,
really into
Everyone says that, bro.
that French architect.
Everyone says they wanted to do architect. For sure.
I was really convinced that it was what I wanted to do, and then I was like, I don't actually enjoy I love architecture, but I wouldn't be able to do it as a career. It's a lot more mundane,
don't worry about it,
for
dude.
people.
Honestly, I failed my first year, and then finally worked out what they meant by abstract design. Took me that long. Didn't even understand what abstraction was. I was so baked in the source of the fluoride that they provided me through the municipal town water at that point. Whatever you want to attribute it to.
Yeah, design
is this abstract thinking. I was like, oh, holy shit! It just connected the dots all of a sudden. Smoked a little bit of weed. I'll admit the weed probably helped.
Yeah, I don't know. All
is
the
weed
new
abstractive
schools.
itself? I wonder.
Probably.
What would you say as far as how many religions do you think borrow from cannabis's awesome power?
In a meaningful way, none. I'm not
that's harsh. That's a harsh. That's a harsh fucking.
I hate to be mean.
It's not only wrong, but it's fast. Thank you, Josh.
There are mentions of it in the Bible. True. But as somebody who's smoked weed before and knows what it feels like, I don't think that there's anything revelatory to be had from smoking weed.
Josh is my new favorite contrarian conspiratorial sort of.
I'm just like a normal Protestant Christian guy who happens.
He's a fucking normie. Don't worry. Hey Josh, quick question. This is a hard line. Okay, did you take the jab or did you not?
Oh hell no! I literally got kicked out of my job for not getting the vaccine.
Okay, rock and roll. Okay, you're part of the crew, man. Honorary subject.
I wasn't going to do all that.
Hard question, man. I felt a little bit nervous about asking you, but
the jab question. To me, the jab question is it's not even about the actual reality of the vaccine. It's to me, it's more of like a personality test. Like, if you were willing to do that at that time, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I know plenty of good people who got it, so, but I don't know. I do kind of think less of people if they caved in too easily.
Yeah, I don't judge them. Though.
Also, you can't judge.
As much
people,
as I did ask you, I wouldn't have. If you sort of turned out to have done so, I wouldn't sort of.
That's the thing. I don't think it's. I don't think it's fair to judge people on these things. Like, this is an issue I have with a lot of. This is the issue I have with a lot of online conspiracy people. Is they're very judgmental of non-conspiracy. They're like, these fucking idiots don't understand the fucking nature of reality. And it's like, okay, listen, bud.
You're not a flat earther? Get out of here.
No, and it's like, okay, just calm down, dude. These people, even if you believe that that's all true, it's like people aren't choosing to be ignorant because they're bad people or whatever you think. It's like it's just how people are. Why are you there's no point in being combative with people for no reason or hating them for no reason.
Well, I mean, that's disputable, is it not?
No, I don't think you have the right to hate people from the outset. I think you have to, if somebody willingly does something against their better judgment, it's like, okay, you deserve whatever the consequences of your actions were. But for people who are just born into this place and they're just I don't know what normies look at on the internet, but it's probably not what I'm looking at. I can just bless them. I don't know what to tell them. I'll try my best to live a life that shows them things or something, but it's I don't know. You're not gonna
Blessed are the normies, for they stay in the fucking lines.
Yeah, they're cool. I don't hate normies at all. They're cool.
Blessed are the globers, for they keep
globers. That's the real test. The real test of the flat earthers is, can you still love the globetards or whatever you guys call them? I would say yes. You have to. You have to love them.
Yeah.
You have to love the globetards. Even me. Just every time you see a.
Where have you come from? I'm trying to work out what squirrel hole that you found yourself in and you haven't found yourself here. I'm always fascinated by people that sort of
I come
You're
from
a
like the
fresh
most literate side of Twitter.
like the breath of fresh air. Oh, you come from Twitter.
Yeah,
Ah,
I don't know if I told you that before. I had a very big Twitter account back in the old time.
right, yeah.
You know, write with a lot of people. Now all those people are off doing their own thing, and I abandoned that whole thing because I didn't enjoy it.
Well, you like trying to reignite your like previous sort of you know
Oh hell
infamy
no!
or
I
something?
just get bored and I like talking about stuff. Well, because I used to talk to people about this stuff all the time, and then it's like, you know, you get off Twitter or whatever, you get off the internet for a while. It's like, you know, normal people aren't talking about this stuff. So the only
Yeah,
discussions you
true.
can have are basically
True.
online. But I don't. My whole thing now is I'll show up, talk like this for like 6 hours straight, and then and then never show up again, and then I'll show up like two
Like
years from now
you
with
only
more
hit the
information.
heroin once and leave or something.
Yeah, this goes to my theory of like speaking is that like you should not it's like everything I've done, nobody should do. Nobody should come up to a place and speak for like 6 hours straight because it's like this is like deep Buddhist teaching is like the
Well,
more
some
you
people
speak,
can't.
the more you speak, the stupider you become. This is why everybody who debates things is stupid. You know, you have
Well,
to just
that's very
shut your mouth.
controversial.
This is
I
controversial,
think
but it's,
that's
you know, true.
I do like that golden rule though. I do
This is
appreciate
why
it.
the
The more you talk, the dumber you
Mahayana
sound.
Buddhist teaching is shut your mouth and you'll become wise. You know, this is like if they speak too much, they're like, wait, I need to shut up. You know, this is what everybody needs to learn from is maybe I need to
You're
shut
talking
up.
about Americans right now? Like,
I'm
'cause
talking about
Americans do that
everybody.
a lot. Like, why do you Americans talk so much?
We do talk a lot.
I'm
We
doing
talk
pot
a
shots
lot.
at the Americans right now. I'm sure someone's going to pipe up pretty soon.
I mean, it's like I think it's kind of punching down though to hit Americans because it's like I think
It's an easy
we
target.
all
I'll give
know
you that. Yeah.
we're an easy target, but also we did kind of give everybody everything. So like you can hate us, but also
You gave everyone
everybody's.
everything. What are you talking about?
I
Like,
mean,
really? Like, dude, Jeremy talks about this as well. Americans did everything. What do you mean, Americans did
everything that
everything?
you hate about the world is from America. So it's like in a sense we kind of gave you everything. You know what I mean?
Well, okay.
We are
Explain
without a
yourself.
doubt. Well, think about it. It's like, you know, everybody's replying to this is what I say about like leftism too, right? Like people on the right when they are like, oh, the leftist, and it's like, okay, but also your entire discourse is just in response to the left.
You didn't
Same
even
way.
create terrorism, okay? Like basically like Islamic
But
people
but
created
think about
terrorism.
terrorism.
You can't
Terrorism is
even
just
create terrorism. Give me a
terrorism.
break. Like you guys suck.
We did create terrorism though, because terrorism is reactionary. They couldn't. You have to have something to be terrorizing
That's
against.
Hegel's dialectic. Now you're
That's what
talking
I'm saying. So
dialectically.
America
Okay,
creates
I
basically
roped
all
you in.
culture.
Here we go.
America creates like all culture, and everybody's just responding to our culture. This is the sad truth. I'm not saying it's a good
A
thing, but
little
I'm saying
bit.
this is just true.
Yeah.
Even if you're British or you're Australian or you're from wherever, you're
No,
Indian.
the British can
Those
tilt you on
motherfuckers,
a
dude.
string.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Maybe
Okay,
from like some
I got
weird,
a proposition, man.
like
The only reason they
admiralty.
look so silly, they look so silly with what is it? Like like Mr. Bean. Like you imagine the British to be so silly, like they're characterized as such. They're actually the dustly, like they're the most like. That's where you got to look out for what's coming out of the British. They're the ones.
I
like
can believe that.
the banking system and all the rest of it.
They did do a lot of like international water law and stuff. Like they're basically the reason we have copyright.
They're like the OG pirates, bro.
They are.
Like they were
they're
the
the OG.
pirates of
Yeah.
the like, and no one ever talks about their piracy.
Well, America is different because so all of the sophisticated evil stuff comes from Britain. All of the decadent crap comes from America. But nowadays, everybody just enjoys the decadent.
Yeah, what do you got like
Pleasures,
gangster
like
rap or something
McDonald's.
come out of
Like,
America?
people-
Like you gonna convince me with your
Yeah, you guys wouldn't have McDonald's. Like, you know, that's like what people value
Yeah.
most nowadays is like, oh, I can go to McDonald's. It's like,
Decadent
Jeez.
means rotting.
yeah, but eating McDonald's is decadent.
No,
It's also like
a
why
word-
would you
it's a
buy
word
like
used
food
as
from a
anti-
clown?
It's an anti-Western word
Decadent?
to just it's
Decadent just means collapsing or degrading or falling apart or whatever. But it also can describe
I'll
like
not
an
have
action.
you contrary me once more Josh Groban, before I unleash
Listen,
hell fury
listen,
upon
buddy.
you. Understand this.
You don't understand. I've been studying the English language rigorously. I have the most
Alright.
fundamental understanding of English.
It will not save you, Josh Groban.
It will in a battle of the wits,
It might do. I don't know.
in the intellectual
It's yet to be
arena.
seen.
Well, this is what I learned from
yeah.
years of debating people on Twitter, is that like every discussion you have online is the stupidest shit ever, and there's no point.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Yeah, there is literally no point. You can never convince anybody of anything.
That's like
the
it's a
best
parlor
discussion.
game. Like, there's no point in trying to convince other people.
Well, that's the funniest thing,
you
is
should,
like debating people online is like the funniest thing in the world, because it's like you already know that the person's not going to agree with you, and then you just basically the whole thing is just a big charade where you're like, okay, let's see who can like make fun of the other person in the
You're an
more subtle
actor
ways.
in the play. And you've been possessed by ideas that came down from other people to tell you how to think about the problem, and now you're saying that communism or capitalism is better or worse.
Where are you going to get your idea? I mean, don't you get your ideas from other things, like as a definition?
And what
like
about casualism? Why don't we think of this?
What is casualism?
You can't be
just
casual. Like, what
throw
do
it
you
out in the zeitgeist, man. Maybe that shit will happen.
That's brilliant.
Just make up a new ideology. Just make
Dude,
up.
Let's start it.
Random ideology.
That shit.
Yeah, we're radical casualist.
Dude, when you said that, I believed it. See, there's the loop.
Relaxing and chilling out.
We started a little thing here tonight.
That's why I think if you do debate people online, you should just make up things. You should just lie to people, and you should just make up random terms and philosophers that don't exist, and you should just cite things that don't exist.
No, you can't
from
do
this,
that, man.
Then from this, you win the debate.
Yeah, like Freakonomics is almost something that they're going to start teaching in college soon, don't you think?
I mean, they're probably teaching like anything in college at this point. I don't know.
Well, like every college has got some course where like, hey, Freakonomics, go for a thing about this.
I don't even know what Freakonomics. What is Freakonomics?
It's not economics, but it's a book, and then it became a podcast.
It's
now a way people freaking think about the economics.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It's new economics. New economics.
I'm okay with lying to people in debate, though. I don't actually see. I don't see a problem with this. I think. Yeah. I mean, unless so that they know that. I mean, it's not like I was lying to you this entire time, because it wasn't a debate, because it was a discussion. This is why I don't debate. If I was debating you,
like, you got me scratching my head. Like, what are you doing?
If I was debating you, I would be engaging. Well, this is the thing, though. This is why you should read Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer understands that he has this great essay on why.
Stratagems.
It's on the futility of debate. There's literally no point in doing it. But if you are going to do it, there's a bunch of funny ways you can win. And it mostly involves, personally insulting other people, or positioning yourself in a favorable light and all this other stuff. And this is really how everybody, like, if you watch like Destiny debate.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
This is how all these
the
people
more useful
debate.
Schopenhauer. Well, anything that's going to be ad hominem is going to be like likely taken off, or somebody try to moderate you for it. But the Schopenhauerian things that do work well are to take your opponent's point beyond its logical means and stretch it until it becomes silly putty. That is a Schopenhauer stratagem.
Yeah. But all of his
strategies, see it happen here and there.
All of his strategies were
absurdity.
Him saying that basically you can't debate anybody meaningfully. So here's a bunch of ways in which you can do it for fun.
Here's my stratagem: is that most people can't understand the outcome of a debate, so just appear that you win.
Well, yeah, because
people only engage in debates to just win.
Like, fuck it. Like, just be more charming. You'd be right.
You can't charm in a debate, though, because
be more fuckable. You can win the debate based on just being more fuckable than the other person.
This is the way I see it.
You will win a portion of the audience. You will win them and attach them to your belt.
The way you actually like win people over, like ideologically, is you have to like seduce them. This is like the nature of it. It's like debate is about seduction.
Don't tell them about my tactic, bro. Don't tell them about my method.
Though, you have to. Okay? This is how like debate works.
You're giving away the source.
You get seduced in one direction or the other. You're trying to seduce the crowd or whatever. That's what it comes down to. But it's a game of like, just wordplay. It's who has the best grasp on the language, they win.
Exactly. And it's always
Yeah.
the way it's been. And that's why the English
It's also-
won. Because they're the
It's
most
like ping pong,
romantic and they do
too.
all the weird shit.
It's just about unforced errors. Don't make them.
Yeah.
Unforced errors? I don't know.
It's mainly if you're trying to win at ping pong, don't make a mistake. Wait for the other guy to make a mistake. Play good ping pong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Josh, what do you think about the notion of the English language being the one that became the preeminent aspect, like the lingua franca, like the influence across the world?
I think it just makes the most sense. Makes the most sense.
No, English language does not make the most sense. Like it's the most hypocritical.
No, it's because it's the most
English language sucks, bro. Like communication wise,
it's because
you can get away with so much idolatry in a statement.
You were slam dancing a bunch of words together, Rick. I just want to let you know that.
Well, it sucks because it's the most imprecise, convoluted language, but that's also why it's that's why it's the universal language, though, is because English has the most potential interpretations like per given sentence out of any language, because it has Latin roots, it has like fucking Greek.
Exactly, that's the problem.
It's like all over the place. It has roots literally everywhere. None of them make any sense, and none of them are consistent. So you get words like that just don't make any, like, don't have translations in other. It's like kind of like how German is difficult to translate, and French can be difficult to translate. But with American,
what's the plural of geese?
The American way of speaking English
what is
like
the plural
a particular
of geese?
form.
Go ahead.
I don't know. Just geese. That's the beauty. The beauty, though, of English, though, is that like it basically is like, it's basically just forcing everybody to, well, because the thing is, nobody really uses English anymore. The way people talk like day to day is not. It's not like traditional English, It's like heavily idiomatic, casual
it's still
speech.
English.
It's like barely, though. I mean, can you compare the English of the 17th century to like today? And like, yes, beyond the structure, there's not a whole lot that's similar, though, because the way in which we use language nowadays is like completely different. In the sense that, like,
because you had a guy called what's his name, Francis Bacon, and the other one.
He didn't invent English, though. He's not the reason that people were writing in English before them.
Do you know that? Like, I actually, if you dude, go listen to the podcast. Is basically the father of English, which is very fascinating.
Well, he's
the control of the
father
language, like the what is it? Like the English
but there
Empire.
Was works before. There was works like.
No doubt.
It was just that form of English was, The thing is, though, I mean, like, okay, somebody
it's a crystallization of the affect, though. Like the English language has an affect upon the people.
But is that because it was a conspiracy,
in such a way that they can?
Is it because he was just good?
No, I chalk that up to conspiracy. It was intentional.
Why? Why can't it just be that Shakespeare was really good, and that's why everybody like listens to it?
Because
to me, that seems just as reasonable.
William of dude, he could not even sign his own name. There's a whole bunch of things going on with Shakespeare.
But that's because you think he was
fucking retarded.
Francis Bacon. No, if he was Edward de Vere, it all makes sense. That's why you need to get on the de Vere. That's why the Baconian authorship doesn't make any sense. De Vere makes total sense.
Edward de Vere's out. I'll tell you
why.
How could
Edward? There's no way Edward de Vere's out. He's the most clear example.
No, because he actually went bankrupt, and this is the whole sort of. I think it's Edward de Vere that is the main one. He went bankrupt at the same time, and then he needed to refer to the crown, and so they came up with basically a plan to basically get this whole idea of like Shakespeare and playwrights. And then this is why essentially the playwrights ended up becoming politically orientated. They shifted from like this sort of personable thing, and they just ascribed a certain like what do you call it, like a proudness of the English Empire in order to sort of enfranchise and entice the the upper echelon in order to engage in the imperialism that the English were trying to sort of promulgate and push forward.
But Queen
It
Elizabeth
was
wasn't
actually
really
through
doing all that.
playwrights.
That wasn't
Dude,
Elizabeth's role, though. She wasn't really interested in that stuff.
but the
Queen
Virgin
Elizabeth
Queen,
was
the Virgin Queen,
her
yeah.
whole thing was literally about she wanted to revitalize the arts. That's why she was obsessed with the playwrights and stuff. Like she
Yeah, that's
wasn't
what she
like
professed.
she was more of like
Okay.
a humanist, and I mean, yeah, she professed it, but like literally, what did she do that was like evil? Like, what did Queen Elizabeth do that was like overtly evil? Like,
Did
I know
she
what
marry
Britain
or
did.
not?
I don't know.
Was she like the Virgin
All I
Queen?
know is that she was
she
basically
called the Virgin Queen from your
she was the
your
patron of
historical take?
the arts.
Yeah, but was she a Virgin Queen or not?
I don't know. What is that? What difference does it make?
If she was named the Virgin Queen at the time, because she didn't want to marry someone else in order to avoid the transfer of power from into the masculine, like the male, she's the Virgin Queen.
What's crazy about that?
Well, I mean, then it comes into question. Francis Bacon was of age. He was the illegitimate child of Queen Elizabeth. So she was the Virgin Queen, like Mary. And then you have Francis Bacon.
I'd have to see the
Christ-like
proof.
figure.
I'd have to see that there's proof that Francis Bacon is the illegitimate son of Queen Elizabeth.
Okay, so
because they're totally different people. Francis Bacon and Queen Elizabeth are like totally diametrically opposed.
They're in the same era, bro. Like, look at
they disagree with each other on like everything. But they're completely different.
What do they disagree upon?
On everything. Queen Elizabeth was because Queen Elizabeth is okay. This is the same reason why Bacon could not have been the author of Shakespeare.
Is she the Virgin Queen? Are we talking about the same thing? Like the same person?
Yes, but
Queen Elizabeth looked like she was hot for it, though.
Queen Elizabeth is known for essentially revitalizing the artistic, poetic tradition of England. She did that
under the guise of Francis Bacon. I agree.
There's no proof that Francis Bacon was the pulling the strings.
Is she the Virgin Queen? Is she the Virgin Queen? That's all I need to hear from you, man. Same Virgin Queen?
She could be.
Okay.
I don't know how.
Do you think they were knocking boots, Rick?
It was a nomination that she went under the sort of like that terminology, like a pseudonym of sorts. They referred to her as the Virgin Queen because she didn't want to marry anyone else because she didn't want to give away her power. But it turns out that they had she had an illegitimate son, ipso facto Francis Bacon. Welcome in. So Francis Bacon was actually.
Okay, where's the proof of that,
podcast, bro?
Well, how would they know? How would they? What source are they citing?
Francis Bacon was known to have lived in the residence just beside Elizabeth.
That is
Queen Elizabeth
not enough
I.
evidence, though, to say that they had. He was her illegitimate
How much
son.
privilege do you want in the world? I mean,
more than that.
I agree
more than
with
they
you.
just live next to each other.
It's more than that, dude. I'm just going by the seat of my pants as far as what I can recall of the.
Have you seen all of the evidence for the De Vere authorship stuff? Have you seen that?
Yes.
If not, okay, like the YouTube channel of that one guy who talks about it thoroughly.
Yeah, it's all a distraction in my interpretation.
How is that all a distraction? It's like the most intentional piece of cryptography. That makes more historical sense because who was the most important person in the Elizabethan cabinet? It was John Dee. John Dee was the
guy that he's the guy that wrote the Enochian. What was the language that he came up with where he was staring into crystals? He came up with that like an angel language where he was staring into crystals, and they came up with the alphabets. So these people
John Dee was just a crazy guy.
That's the same guy, bro. He's part of that.
That is the
part
guy.
of the crew.
But that's what I'm saying. Is he's more important to the Elizabethan stuff than Bacon is.
No, but that's the whole part, pass and parcel.
John Dee was directly influencing
deception.
The
Yeah, you don't want to know where the influence is coming from. Everyone distracts from Francis Bacon. No one knows who the fuck Francis Bacon is, and yet he's considered.
Well, not anymore because we don't have public education.
Well,
Yeah.
he
Basically,
might
everybody
have
from
been so
100 years
close
ago
to
knew who he
the
was.
to seeing all the magic in the court that he would have been like, oh,
No,
man, this
okay.
should be built on some better stuff than these like weird ass robed wizard dudes. You know what I mean? And their crazy claims, right?
No, Francis
Like
Bacon
they might
showed
know some
up.
shit about the because right, they claim to know about what astrology. They claim to know about like certain cycles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Francis Bacon, dude, he showed up in like top to bottom, dressed in purple, to his wedding at the age of 45, and he married a 14-year-old. Now, I don't know what
How
you
is that?
like. Do you guys acknowledge what the notion of what purple meant back in the aristocracy times?
Yeah,
big
but what is?
pimpin'.
How would that?
That's royalty, bro.
That could have just been because he's rich as shit. Yeah, I mean, Francis Bacon was rich.
Yeah, because he's because he's part of the monarchy.
I don't think there's nearly enough evidence of
But
this.
didn't he start the Royal Society?
Wait
How's
until
how
you
does
do.
that?
Like, it's all. Dude, yeah, he is
But didn't he start
actually.
the
So,
So
Rosicrucian?
when
what is it?
when
King
did
James?
Francis
King
Didn't
Bacon?
he
James of
start
the
the
King
secret
James
college with
Bible
fucking?
is the
I'm not done.
originator.
When did Francis
bad.
Bacon have the time to write all of these Shakespeare plays in the midst of creating the Royal Society and writing all of his other works and
Mate, he
And
he
the
was
Rosicrucian.
prolific.
concealing
We
concealing
don't
all
even
of
know,
this, and
Josh Groban. We
also
don't. It's
being
even
the
alleged
heir?
that he could have written the
Okay, but
Shakespearean stuff, but we do
Yeah.
fucking know.
doesn't
We
it
do
just make
fucking
more
know.
rational sense that we could say it was Edward de Vere
Homeboy.
who was
We
the
do.
guy who
No,
actually wrote this stuff, and
I
it
will.
like
not at all.
makes
I
a
will
million
continue.
times more sense. It's just so clearly it's Edward de Vere. I
Max,
don't even
go
know how
ahead.
there's a debate that it's not Edward de Vere.
I'll
Secret
argue with
college.
this guy in separate. Mate, go
Rosicrucians.
ahead. Like, do you want
Secret
to?
college. There are
Yes.
numerous achievements of the Francis Bacon that do not involve the Shakespearean stuff necessarily, right? Um, to be so close to so many enormous happenings suggests an Elon. He's like the Elon of his time, if you will, but really smart, like actually smart.
Massively smart. Would not doubt it. Very sort of influential. Should I?
Well, you don't have to go completely silent now, dude, Josh. Just
No, I'm looking up a YouTube channel.
Yeah, look up The Hidden Life is Best. Like, the
Okay, but
best
then you have to
podcast
watch
you'll ever
every
hear about
single
Francis Bacon.
Alexander Waugh video.
I'll watch it. I'll watch everything that you put forward, man. For sure.
Look
As
up
long as you watch what.
Alexander Waugh and just watch any of his videos about De
I
Vere.
guess
Edward de Vere being Shakespeare.
Yes, it's so clear, dude. It's when you watch his
Yeah, I
videos, you're
know.
like,
It
okay,
always
there's
seems
not even
clear.
there's not even
I
a
say the
question
same
that
thing,
this is
man.
De Vere. Because everything about
Like,
do
the
you know
only
about his
reason I think
burial
mine's
site?
more interesting is because
Yours can be more
basically it's
interesting,
more
but
it's
that
more
doesn't make it more
secretive.
true.
Yeah, well, that's
No. De
sometimes it
Vere's is
does.
way more secretive. De Vere's is way more conspiratorial.
Obvious. Yeah.
No,
No,
it's
obvious.
conspiratorial because they hide it in the language. The thing is with the De Vere thing, the proof primarily is in the fact that there's like countless, like hundreds of manuscripts of people who would have known Shakespeare or were like post Shakespeare who cryptographically encode De Vere's name in like every reference to Shakespeare. It happens like hundreds of times. And then his alleged
And what is
death
the greatest
place,
secret? What is the greatest secret ever held?
greatest is that
And
Edward de
how would
Vere
you
is
do it?
William Shakespeare.
Well, no, you don't know that.
No, he hides it it's the most Shakespearean thing ever. They hide it in the words. That's the most Shakespearean thing ever. Francis Bacon, he's not a writer. Like he doesn't write like how Shakespeare writes. He doesn't. His project is about.
There is actually sort of evidence in his I think his diaries. Apparently, there are like I don't know too much about this, but apparently there are attributions inside of his diaries. You will find like sort of the lines of Shakespeare appearing inside of it, which is
like
rather weird.
like you
But
could look at it like this,
I can't
man.
prove
Like
that shit, man. Yeah.
like he was probably like adept, right? Bacon spiritually being a Rosicrucian. You would think that that's got some ties into alchemical stuff, meaning like there is like a great work that you're supposed to do. I would say that Shakespeare
Puff and the
represents
Mercury.
manners, the manners plays of the age, right? This age of Renaissance, right? A
Yeah.
Renaissance of the English type, right? So he's trying to bring this, or Shakespeare at least is a part of this, that is delivering this these ways of acting towards another that are almost like so. It's so similar to like I guess the social engineering of a time, like act
Yeah.
like this, you know. And so that would be considered, I think, something of a social engineering or of like a great masterwork. But it's also within the idea of the Atlantean concept, you know, where they would try to like shape the world, you know, from far away, right?
Yeah.
But
No,
in
it's
this
true.
way,
It is true.
they're kind of hidden.
I just think
But-
that
but-
this isn't
but
a
they would have also
totally
known
unique
that, like,
thing, though.
Like great philosophers are also kind of like taken away for their ideas sometimes. So it might have been wise to like firewall oneself if you were trying to write these kind of like, you know, writings that might cause other people to I don't know, hold you under some kind of regard or something. Like, does that make sense? It like in a way that
No, I mean that's exactly my previous point though, was that Shakespeare is the first writer to like encode truth in this way,
Yeah,
like
and he
through a
came
narrative
from
format.
like an illiterate family. Like
No, he didn't.
Like for
No, he
some
didn't.
reason,
That's
this guy
bullshit.
came out of. Where did he
There's
come
no-
from?
there's
Like
no-
William von,
Okay,
like von
you're telling me
Stratfon
the
or
guy
some
who
shit.
wrote-
I can't remember.
No, that's not Shakespeare. It's Shakespeare was definitely educated. He definitely had access to
Where?
French,
Where was he
Italian.
educated?
How would I know? I mean, wherever Edward de Vere was educated, but he had access to
Yeah.
whoever Shakespeare was. He was not just some guy who was like in a fishing village or whatever, and he's like, oh, he just like learned about literature, about French literature. Because okay, the
Exactly.
illusions
It doesn't
Shakespeare.
make sense.
No, because
what
it
he's
wasn't
trying to point
because
out.
it was Edward de Vere. That's why it makes sense if it was Edward de Vere. It doesn't make sense if it was anybody else. If Edward de Vere is the only authorship answer,
The only one.
it is. That's why
Why are
it's
you
just
wrong, though?
definitive.
think about that.
Could it not be a distraction from the distraction then?
It could not be wrong.
Like because
Given
it
what we're
actually
given,
is
it
so
could not be wrong.
important.
Maybe it could
like
be
the
wrong
notion
if I
of
was
where
just-
Shakespeare came from. Would you not like if
No, it is kind
if
of
the
a
notion of
distraction.
Shakespeare is so important? Would you not create a distraction within a distraction in order to
Well, the notion of
obfuscate where,
Shakespeare,
like,
the Shakespeare authorship question is a distraction in itself because it's not actually that important. What's actually important is the work of Shakespeare in itself.
That it's an addition to the propaganda of your
yeah.
Westernist philosophy.
No, I mean I'm.
It's in the
Aren't you
choir
Western
of
too, though? Like, how can you
intelligentsia
be?
that you
I
use
don't.
to
I don't
convince
understand people who
of,
are
like, eugenics.
anti-Western. I don't understand people who are anti-Western or pro-Eastern or something. It's like there's no. This is an ideological thing too. It's like Shakespeare to me. It's like I don't care what it represents for the West. It's like it's just simply the greatest thing written. You know, can't you have like just an appreciation of it
been
on
there.
that level?
Yeah, but sure, but like, what we haven't written
Isn't that impressive,
anything
like, just by
better
itself?
in the last
Yeah,
400 to 500
that's
years.
because
Like,
Shakespeare-
that is like remarkable.
Well,
How is I don't see how that's
you probably
Shakespeare's
like.
fault though.
Well, who do you think's a good painter?
Well,
I don't know. I'm not really. I'm not really
I do
into
want to
painting enough to have a
re-emphasize
good
this.
opinion. I mean, I like Monet and stuff.
But-
That's kind of basic.
Isn't it
Who
the
made the
notion
most
like
money?
we are
I
becoming
like
more advanced?
postmodern stuff though. I like weird art.
I'm talking about that time.
At the time, I don't know. I wouldn't have a good answer. I really only like art that's like modern, as in like post-Soviet. I like Soviet era abstract art and stuff like that. I find that interesting.
What's a Soviet era abstract artist?
You can look up
Just name it.
Peter Malevich, the 0 point artwork, or the black square. I like that stuff. I like art that is not.
Okay.
That doesn't look like beautiful paintings. It's like symbolic art.
It's the stuff that looks like dot matrix
Very
printing.
heady. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
because it's actually meaningful. This is why. This is because I'm also like an artist. Like I've worked in like the music industry for a while, and one thing you'll notice after working with art for a while is that art is not about being pleasurable to look at. It's about something
Do you think that
that
Rembrandt
permeates
painted
these things.
Rembrandt's?
It could have
Like
been. I don't
Rembrandt
know. I don't really
paintings.
care about Rembrandt's though, to be honest.
I know you don't, because you try not to follow the thing I'm trying to follow, which is that Shakespeare is like unusual in its consistency,
It
just
is.
like
It
Rembrandt
is.
is. And just like Rembrandt, you
Well,
can understand that there are multiple collaborators that create it.
I totally think that multiple people wrote Shakespeare. Though. I'm not arguing that. I just think De
What
Vere is the producer. I think
are you
that
saying?
the way a playwright worked back in the day was that you had a producer and then you had a bunch of people writing alongside him. He would be responsible for the majority of the work. So I think that was what this character we
Yeah,
called
Shakespeare's a
Shakespeare
retard,
is.
basically, right?
Oh, he was just the guy piecing these things together. But I don't think it was just one guy who wrote all of that
They
stuff.
had a
And then
scapegoat.
why are
They
you
had a
saying?
poor man. They got a like, whatever you want to call it.
In case any of these went wrong, they didn't want to get burned down. You understand?
Sure, whatever reason they did.
These? So were they making controversial stuff for the time?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
and why do you
Shakespeare
say
is
it's
controversial.
okay? I mean, I'd like to unpack that more because I don't know my history
he
well
was
enough.
very controversial at the time, and
Shakespeare
also
was
like he had a
controversial.
political commentary as well about the
Why?
is it King
Shakespeare
Henry? I
was
think was very
anti
very
aristocracy.
very controversial.
He was pro peasant revolt. He was saying all sorts of things that were very different.
So
he
you're saying
used-
the consistency? I heard you guys just mention like it's like
no, the
unusually
consistency is
consistent.
like the linguistic consistency of Shakespeare is like so insane that it would be impossible for one person to write something because it's
I don't
the thing-
understand. That's where it's disconnecting me. I
Well,
don't understand.
It's hard to understand unless you like literally study poetry for years. That's the thing about it's Shakespeare is just the perfection of the English language. It's
I don't think
But
it's that
let's unpack
difficult.
the
There's
logic.
just like basically there's a continuity of the nature of his linguistic manner that doesn't actually match up with
but it is also
how
like the
you expect. What's up?
well to me when I think of like the consistency, I think of it's the sense that like he has an original style that's completely consistent, and not only is it consistent, but it's also much better and more uh, inventive than like everything that came before it.
But the
In
one
like a
logic
wild
I'm getting
way.
here is that, um, you'll have a divergence from the middle unless you have a group involved, and then the group makes sure she stays on the middle, pretty much. Because when more people get involved, in my opinion, that's when shit gets less consistent. Especially when you have like people's stories and shit being told. Like,
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
like
yeah,
right
but
now
like
in the conversation. Sure.
creative projects used to, there's plenty of instances where people would write them communally. We have a modern notion where great works of art can only be made by like singular people, but in the past this wasn't the case. In the past, cathedrals were built by hundreds of individual masons that were all working in tandem. That didn't have plans; they were just all working in tandem. Paintings were done by a painter and his like 10 helpers.
The motor vehicle was made by like what Henry Ford a little bit. They enticed that guy, but for the large part, like it's attributed to a large vast scale of human endeavor.
Yeah, I just don't find it impossible that great creative works can come from groups of people. I think there's plenty of instances historically where that's the case. Nowadays, it's less common because individual
like
genius is harder to
Pythagoras.
find.
Like you think that like Pythagoras was like one dude.
I
Came
mean,
up
they
with the
had big
triangle?
schools. That's the thing. That's why they had giant schools. That's why they had the symposium and stuff. It was to try and collectivize.
And then did he not have to speak behind a thin muslin veil so that he was not to, or am I thinking of somebody else?
Ooh.
Yes, I am thinking of the right person. And then they burnt down his churches and called him a crazy witch, and he was badly died.
That Pythagoras, I didn't hear about him like
Oh.
masking up and being burnt down.
Pythagoras kind of like went a little crazy.
Well,
Oh,
I
I'm
mean, you
thinking-
say
I'm
so,
thinking
but
of-
like
I'm
people just
confusing
accuse
this a
him
little
of being
bit, though.
gone crazy.
I think I'm just too high right now, and I'm misremembering something.
Pythagoras, I mean, it was really more of like a religious cult. And
Well, like a religious cult, a mathematical cult, like which one do you want? Like a scientific cult like we have today?
I mean,
Like these guys that keep
it was
telling
all
you
of
that
these
there's a
things
six-sided
and
shape
more.
occurring on this, like the sixth planet from the sun being Saturn.
I mean,
Like,
yeah,
and they
it's
wear
not
little
it's not
tubes
really
on their
anything different
head.
than what Pythagoras
Oh,
is
I
doing.
know. Oh, I know, exactly. I think we're actually like we're not actually that disparate from what we had of the past, of like these little
No, not at
like
all.
what do you call 'em?
Basically,
Insulated cults, like creating like weird witchcraft in amongst us.
that's the thing. That's why more
Yeah,
people
that's how
need
we
to
do it.
study pre-Socratic philosophy and Socrates and stuff. Is that like you realize literally every single discussion has already been had back in ancient Greece. There's like very few original ideas in
I
philosophy.
have all of them.
Yeah, if you go read the Greeks, you'll have every single thing.
No, you won't.
They basically talk about, well, have you read all the Greeks? Because I could
They weren't
probably, if
talking
you
about
mentioned,
multiverses as much. They're not
yeah,
going to
they
talk about
literally
like
did.
modern
They
technology will
actually were.
inspire.
They actually were talking about multiverse and the impossibility of the multiverse and all of these things. These are
Right,
all in
but did you hear me
Aristotle.
say like as much like as we get more tools, more technology, we're
This is
going
a
to start
question
having more
between
profound
essence,
ideas.
though.
We'll
Name
just
one
build the
profound idea we've
multiverses
had.
eventually if we can't find them.
I want to know one profound idea that we've had through technology that wasn't had.
Philosophical.
Simulation
Like what?
theory.
Okay,
Like what?
so
Nope.
here's a profound
Simulation theory already
philosophical. I'll give
existed.
you one. You want to hear it?
Yeah, give me anything.
Right.
Oh, chill out,
So
Don, bro.
right. So well, okay. Sorry, man. It's like
Come
if
along.
I
You're
whisper,
welcome to the party,
okay.
man. Let's go. What do you got?
Yeah. So um, collapse of the wave function, right? Entanglement, superposition, right? This brings new ideas to randomness and choice that I've elaborated in my own mind, being like the reconciliation of like some temporal omnipotence or maximum knowledge plus giving a system free will, like these aspects of God, and being able to see these like new quantum effect, trying to float in your brain the logic of something like having the potential to be anywhere or not be there, or having like actual true randomness. um, it can let us think about how there might be open future that we can manifest, and it might make us think like the word always slips my mind, but the vision is like um there's equal paths, and we can create all of them, and without understanding the math behind like the quantum stuff, we maybe back in the day had more of a linear perspective of time. Now we can have more like forwards and backwards perspectives of time, time travel aspects of it, but mainly it's just the choice to reconcile with, you know, with this universe, with this realm, that everything is possible, you know, like everything
Okay.
at the same.
Okay. Half of that is refuted in Kant's Antinomies of Pure Reason. That's the first thing you should read. Then you should read Galileo, who talks about relativity long before quantum mechanics. And you can read Arem, who talked about relativity as well. You can talk.
Yeah, but okay, but if
You can
what I
read
do here
Plato's
is I blow
Parmenides.
Galileo, I
I
don't
don't
like this
count.
Galileo. I
You can
blow
read.
Galileo out the water. That's what I mean. Like Galileo's outdated. The new thing is
Have you
I'm in
read,
here all the
bro?
time trying to throw down Galileo's first principle. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? So
telling
it's
you,
like,
if you've read Galileo, you need to go read it more carefully because it's more like it's deeper than you think it is. It's not just like as simple as just refuting his points. Also, you need to refute Kant. Kant is really the important one here. Go read. You have to go read Kant's Antinomies in his critique of pure reason. It's like a section of the book. This explains why there is no multiverse. It explains
why are we talking about that then?
Because he's Christian. He's Christian aligned.
So what I'm saying is that
He's trying not to get burned down.
these things that you
But if
think
you
are
look at,
new,
like,
these things that you think are new have already been refuted 200
No,
years
they're
ago.
not.
Kant is
No,
trying
they
to lay
haven't.
down.
Nope, Kant already refuted it.
In
That's what
some
I'm
way,
saying.
he's
Though you
trying
got to
to
read it.
No,
interface.
you just said, look, dude, you're basically saying like all the physicists, all the people who are, you know, thinking multiverse theories right now, they're all wasting their time because Kant
Yes.
refuted it already. Are you
Correct,
serious?
because none of
Right.
them
Well,
read Kant.
get out. I'm not interested then. You got to close mine, dude. Have a good day.
I don't know what to tell you other than if you
Kant-
haven't read
He signed off,
Kant,
man. It's all right.
I know that's what I'm saying. I don't care. What I'm saying is that, well, one, quantum mechanics is complete.
You can't be serious.
BS. Quantum is like complete BS. I cannot imagine anybody actually believing this as a legitimate
It's not about
epistemology.
believing.
So,
So-
Joshua,
yes.
like,
No,
are you
they've
more amenable
explained
to ether?
quantum mechanics is refuted in like Plato's Parmenides. It's like
Get
it's
outta here.
refuted in like. Have you read Plato's Parmenides? Have you read any of the things? Because that's what I'm saying. Is like
No, you would just
Listen.
break it down. You would just say how quantum's been refuted.
well,
These,
No,
I'm not
like,
saying
wise
that
men are
quantum.
pulling from the
dude,
same
like, the
source.
guy
don't
that-
forget
I'm
that.
saying
Right.
that the
Dude,
fundamental
the guy's a wealth
aspects of quantum
information.
mechanics are already being discussed in prior context. It's like these discussions have already been happening. All I'm saying to you
New
is
experiments.
you should go. Listen, that's
Why?
that's an epistemology. What you need to do is go read the things that people don't read. People don't read Kant's antinomies. They address this stuff in the antinomies. That's what I'm saying with the quantum stuff, dude. Is that like this is not like you can't just trust. This is like no different than just trusting the science. Like this is no different than just being like, oh, I'm trusting the science with quantum stuff. Explain to me the quantum stuff in a rational sense, because even quantum physicists refuse to explain it because they understand that it's like a reduction to absurdity after a certain point. And to them, they see this as like a proof of its like function as a
No, they're
system or
scared. They're
whatever.
scared to admit that it's an observer manifested reality. That's really the cutting edge. That's, you know, going to be reserved or held back. Or but there's so much
How?
more
How?
technology now. Well, the technology shows that what
What
you're
does the
saying
technology show?
might superposition, quantum entanglement, and it
And
also
this is
shows.
something that's shown. I know, but that's why like the whole point is that you can't question science and then not question the quantum aspect of science under the same
I
rigor.
definitely do question them. I'm just trying to say, I'm sure as people get new technology, as our understanding of this realm changes, there's probably going to be new philosophy. Remember, we're just kind of arguing the point here that you think most of the philosophies have been covered already. So
it's true.
That's fine. But I mean, why don't you stick with the word most, and then we could say there's a
because
like
you
Bitcoin
have to
release.
show
It's
me
going to be a
something.
harder and harder ledge to get over for new stuff to happen, but it's still going to happen. Some new stuff is going to happen.
That is a claim that you have to back up, because what I would argue is, listen, plenty of philosophers have literally addressed this exact point. If philosophy is at a standstill after Hegel, and you can make an argument, and plenty of people do make the argument, that we have not gotten anywhere after Hegel, or that we haven't gotten anywhere after Kant or whatever. So
that's
to
not
just
true,
make this, it is true though. People do make this argument.
And I would just like to straw hominem
before you get to leave, Josh. Like people,
Josh, can you let Snacks talk with you? He said he has to go. It sounds like he's got stuff to say.
If you have to go, I certainly can't hang around here all day. But I just feel like maybe you obviously have like a lot of university behind you to get all this whatever knowledge, reading time, stuff like that. I feel like in some ways, like you're wrapping up on this topic when you graduated, and I think to some degree you're a little bit beholden to the conventions that it was all given to you, and you're like that dude. You're totally welcome to do that. I'll burn one of my three third person references this year, okay, as I keep meticulous record of this. Snack to the Future might think that you can lay out all this stuff and you're going to be fine and content to like not come back to this conversation because you feel like you've kind of hashed it up in your mind and you're cool with that. But what I would suggest is that this is actually a good place for you to kind of keep open some of these thoughts that you might have had while you were in school, like discovered some of those things and have an open mind and question, because this is what this room has, a lot of people that might question these things. And Snack to Future is out. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Was that totally a mic drop moment? Totally was. I could feel it.
There's a minor mic drop moment. I don't think he's actually university trained in the this literature.
That was correct.
He's a biologist or some shit. So.
Thanks, Rick.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty.
But which means he's like avant-garde. He's he's investigated this stuff like independently of some sort of curriculum necessarily.
Isn't that the whole point though of like the flat Earth people? It's that like you can't trust the interpretations that are presented in academia as they're given to you.
Well, you wouldn't understand why you couldn't trust it, first of all, but then secondly, you might be missing the real meat of it, rather than the pathways that they would have you connect these things to. So I can appreciate.
I studied philosophy and biochemistry in the context of university, so it's like I do understand what's being criticized about those things. I was also around plenty of physicists in university, so I understand where they're coming from.
But every quantum physicist has the same starting point, like in their textbook, basically, right?
Well, I know, and I've studied like basic relativity, but I'm saying, or special relativity is its own thing, but that's not a new thought.
It's just the intro to it is. I don't know, man. Like
I don't find relativity is not novel though. That's what I'm saying. Is that relativity is addressed.
I don't have a mistrust of these
relativity's things. Relativity's dumb.
Well, special relativity and all of this stuff, it was only like basically recontextualized in like a scientific framework in the whole quantum revolution or whatever. But these ideas had like already been discussed on the metaphysical level hundreds of years prior. So what I'm saying, and with that came the refutations of these things as being potential ends. So if you need like, listen, all I'm saying is that if you think that it's possible for there to be multiple universes, or that it's possible for there to be multiple realities, or that quantum entanglement somehow explains some sort of intricate metaphysical core to things, all I'm saying is that this stuff has been discussed in the past.
What simulation has been discussed in the past? Simulation theory.
Leibniz. Go read Leibniz. Go read Plato. Leibniz? It's literally in Plato. You can go read Plato's Euripides, or you can read Leibniz, or you can read Hegel.
Instead of telling me, you could, I mean, I get it, dude. I get the names. Thank you for the names that I asked for. But when you say, instead of saying the words, you could go read, you could be like, Plato said this. Like, you could give one sentence of what their summaries are. Like, instead of just telling me to go read it.
Because my belief is that it's not, there's no point in just telling somebody the summary of something, because it's not, the point is, there's no value in just, this is like not how anybody learns anything. You don't learn anything by me giving you the summary of like.
Okay, then give me lines. Don't give me the summary.
Don't make me get involved here. Like, dude,
what I'm saying
I've entertained Josh. Josh and I had like mad conversation before, right? Like, and I'm engaging with him, he's engaging with me. But like, if you're just gonna deny the fella, like,
what I'm saying is, I'm saying
when
that
I want him to give me a turn to talk. I don't know what you're talking about, Risk. Anyway, Josh, I appreciate you. I'm not trying to argue with you, but it would be nicer if you are so confident in some of this stuff, instead of just saying go read it, we would have a discussion about it right now. So I'm sorry that you don't feel like telling people things is helpful, but it would help me.
It's because I don't believe
similar to reading it.
What you have to understand is that like again, and this is something that's like in Hegel, which is important to read, is that you can't there's movements in philosophy that you can't summarize, because it would literally defeat the entire purpose of the work as a whole. I think Plato is a good example of this. Plato is written dialectically. You have to start at the start of the dialogue, and then you have to read it all the way through. You have to read it yourself. That's how it works.
Right. But I'm not going to waste my time, dude.
Why? Because it would be more valuable to you than any of the stuff.
Because like you're saying, this stuff is all old stuff. So I'm sure anything I'm about to read from these guys is shit I've already come up with on my own. So when we want to talk about these points we're making now,
doubt it. I 100%
right. If you're an overconfident person. That's just really weird.
If you
give all credit to the people of the past, no credit to the person right here in your face.
Guarantee you, if you come up with something from like Kant's Critique of Pure Reason from your own head. I'm not saying this to demean you. I'm saying I didn't understand any of that stuff before I read it. Okay, I didn't understand any of that. I didn't have any of those thoughts before I read Kant. There's plenty of things in Plato. In Plato's Parmenides is completely complicated. There's no
of what thoughts. Give it one example of a thought you didn't have before you read Kant.
Okay, Kant's whole methodology in the antinomies. Okay, the antinomies are based around why you can foundationally prove that two opposite logically statements can be proven both true and false in the exact same breath, and that this is a proof. He does this 6 times.
Definitely, yeah. I didn't need Kant to teach me that. You didn't know that before.
Then how about this? You can write down. How about this? You could write down, and if you do it like how Kant does it, then I'll give you credit. Or just explain to me, how could these are the 2 premises of the first antinomy. Okay, premise 1 is that the universe is finite and that time is therefore finite. That this can be proven both in the affirmative and the negation can be proved through reason alone. Okay, through no gaps in your reasoning. The second is the opposite of this can be proven, that you can prove through reason, through like syllogistic reasoning, that the universe is not finite or infinite, and that time is therefore infinite as well. And he proves this in the antinomy in a way that had not been done before. And he does this not only for time and space, but he also does this for the 5 other like categories. I don't even know, there's probably more, but of the categories of how we're supposed to essentially delineate the boundaries of reason. And these aren't things that, it took Kant like multiple years to write these things. These aren't just things that you come up with like just sitting around doing nothing. Like
Do you
that's what
want
I'm
to
saying.
unpack it?
What,
So
what
you
I'm
want
saying
it so that
is
the
that
universe
these
could be
things
finite,
are
we can prove it to ourselves. So that's one side of it, and the other side of it was what?
you're proving
That
you're
it's eternal.
the antinomy is you're proving that both of these things can be true at the same time, which is
Yeah, I'm
in
trying
and
to
of
trying to.
itself a logical fallacy. So they can't both be true, and that's proof that reason
Well,
by
they can though.
itself is
I
incapable.
disagree. I disagree.
So
So
the
the
universe can be
universe could be
finite and
finite,
infinite through
and
reason
the
alone.
universe. Yeah. So this
Okay,
realm
explain
here
to
could
me
be
your
created.
logical.
Yeah, it could have a start point and an end point, right? This
Yeah,
simulation that we're in, this universe,
yeah.
this file on God's computer, right?
Okay. Oh, wait. Stop there. What about the universe that's in? What about the
Again,
universe in which you're a file? Okay, but that's a greater universe. So what about that universe? Universe that's simulating this one. What about? Let's talk about that one, not this one.
you
So
just
then,
want to go to the
does
biggest frame, the
yeah,
grandest frame.
yeah, because that's literally what you have to admit. If the universe is a file in a simulation, then okay, then there's an encompassing. There's the outer shell of a universe or whatever that's beyond this one. Okay, let's talk about that one then. That one, the same exact rules apply to that one.
Do the same rules apply?
Why wouldn't they? Explain to me that.
Because they don't have
Why
to.
wouldn't
That's right
the
there. That's where
rules
they
of
don't have
time
to.
and space apply? Because
Well, because here's
clearly
why.
our
Because I could create a simulation, and inside that simulation, it's going to have different rules of time because I can pause it. They might think they have the same rules in there, but I could pause it and rewind it and play it back and do all that.
so you think that in this outer shell of reality that they're experiencing time in a completely different fashion. And what would that look like? What could that possibly look like?
Well, it doesn't. Well, it could look like an eternal loop.
What I'm
The thing is
saying here, this is why you need
that's
to
why I was
read Kant, is because you're claiming
just say it.
you're claiming that we can come to all these truths about this universe being a simulation and all this stuff from the same mode of ignorance that you just admitted we have as being people who are potentially existing in a completely different like metaphysical framework than the people who are above us. So they could be
People?
existing whatever they are, whatever the people simulating us are. It could be existing in a totally different like metaphysical system where like time is different and space is different and all this stuff. And yet somehow we still are able through reason alone to come to the realization that we're in their simulation, even though they abide by completely different rules, and that they had the intelligence or the capacity to create separate rules that are completely unfathomable beyond us. So that to me, if that's the proof that you have to like sit back on for how a
We weren't
simulation can
talking
be
about
possible, that's
proof.
crazy.
You're like you can prove this to yourself.
No,
This
the whole point was the antinomy part, which you didn't get to. You just said
no. The
that.
whole point was you're claiming that Kant sat down and proved this thing of this universe can both have the limits and then
Yes.
also the opposite, right? But guess
Yeah.
what? I bet if we sit there and we try to just dissect Kant's little stuff, I'm gonna be able to do the same shit right here and tell you no, that's not proof.
You can
You
go
want to
look it
go
up,
through it?
dude.
Why don't we go through it, bro?
You can go look up Kant's antinomy, first antinomy.
Oh, the first one only.
Just read the first one.
Why don't I say we can go? We should do it. Since you're so big on the first antinomy, um, while I look it up, why don't you give some supporting points for the because you did talk about the first half of
Critique
it,
of
but
Pure Reason is like almost 1,000 pages long, and I haven't read the antinomy section in like multiple years, so I'm not going to be able to recite to you the exact line of reasoning that Kant gives in his antinomy. The point is the conclusion of the antinomies, which is really what I'm trying to like convey to you.
but you're acting like it's proven, fact, done. You're like, yup, there's no holes in his logic, and you don't even have the
Yeah, if
ability
you
to like
read it,
recite it in the group here.
because reciting like the entire critique of Pure Reason is kind of like a difficult task. It's not like a thing people know offhand. If you go read it, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's not something that you just read and then remember. This is like issue with Kant is that he's incredibly difficult to read. He uses a lot of weird, vague terminology that's like specific to him. And the genius of his arguments is in the conclusions that he's able to draw. It's not in like memorizing the like stale steps that he takes to like get where he's going, because every aspect of the work is building on the previous section. It's not something that you can just understand in its component parts. The antinomies are the only exception to this because they're specifically delineated as a separate section of the critique of pure reason. It's like sectioned off in the work. You can read them. I mean, I would encourage you to read them for yourself because they're good to read, and you can read beyond the first one. But the thing is, man, it's like, I don't know where you get this sense of like pride in yourself that you feel like you're going to be able to criticize Kant of all people.
I have logical reason, man.
You think
So,
he didn't
I'm sorry.
have that?
See, I think-
he was like, he did this for like 50 years before he wrote the Critique of Pure Reason. Like,
Hey, dude, I'm
literally-
pretty sure you studied this, bro. You guys got some bullet points, and then you were told the summary, and then you just roll with it and believing it without critiquing it yourself. That's really what it sounds like happened. You just
tried it. No,
spoon-fed shit, and you just swallowed it all down, bro.
When I read the critique, it was I hadn't earned the right to criticize it yet. Because it's not that easy to even understand. You can't criticize something until you've understood it. So
why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me this? What happened at the end? How are you now? How do you critique it now? When did you critique it? How did that critique go when you did it? I don't care when you weren't ready.
I think Kant is right. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't critique it, is because I can't critique it. If I could critique it, then I would have something better. But like, he formulates a system in the Critique of Pure Reason that's like essentially as perfect as I can think. Yeah.
I just read it. It's bullshit.
The antinomy.
Yeah, it's bullshit. You want to read it together?
Yeah, it's bullshit. Tell me how it's bullshit.
Okay, ready? Hold on. I got a split screen here. All right, you ready, buddy?
Yeah, go for it.
I appreciate your patience, Josh. Yeah, welcome to the show.
This is now a Kant reading group. All right, welcome to the Kant reading group.
We do this here. Are you new here? I'm sorry,
the first antinomy of pure reason. We'll be explaining the first antinomy of pure reason.
Yep. It's saying like we have to regard that there's two opposites, right? That it starts off by saying if we regard the two propositions that the world is infinite in magnitude and that it is finite in magnitude as contradictory opposites, which that's a good starting point. I think we could agree those are what seems to be a black and white opposite to start with, right? We're all together so far, right? Okay. We are assuming that the world, the complete series of appearances, so that just means everything that we see, right? We agree there. Something, everything that could ever appear through time, through the past, through the future. So we are assuming that the world, the complete series of appearances, is a thing that in itself remains even if I suspend the infinite or the finite regress in the series of appearances. So
what's wrong with that?
Suspend the infinite and the thing still remains?
The regress is talking.
Go ahead and break that down, buddy.
Talking about infinite and finite regress. So this is from Aristotle. This is Aristotle's ontological.
I know what
argument.
Finite regress is. Go ahead and break down that if we are assuming the world, the complete series of appearances, is a thing in itself that remains, even if I suspend the infinite or the finite regress in a series of appearances. Talk about how the world would remain if you suspend infinite regress.
Because you're taking something. Okay, we have to read the next part because this is the context of it. Read the next part that's right after this. And then we'll go back to this point.
If, however, I reject this assumption, or rather the accompanying transcendental illusion, and deny that the world is a thing in itself, and this is going to the second half, the contradictory opposition of the two assertions is converted into a merely dialectical opposition.
Yes.
Okay, so now you told me, I asked you to do the first thing. You told me to read the second. So now back to your challenge, Josh. Go ahead and break down the world remaining even after regress is suspended. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me find. I want to be able to quote the actual passage as
I want you to know he's talking out his ass.
Kant. Hold on, I'm trying to find the antinomy so I can actually read the last part to you. Uh, the
It's
important
love and
part.
pain, dude. The fact that love always brings pain, that balance, dude, that's to me how we can believe like one thing is right, but also both things are right. Because you're never gonna have that the
Okay,
other
that's
half
not
without the
what
one
Kant's
thing.
talking about. Hold on.
I didn't claim that's what Kant's talking about. I'm telling you that's how I reconcile it. That's one version of how I reconcile it. If that's fine, if that's not what Kant's talking about, bro. Guess
Well,
what?
this is
If
about
that's
what you
not
can
what
know
Kant's
through
talking
reason.
about, then maybe that's interesting because there's no new philosophy. So maybe I'm talking about a new one here that you said didn't happen.
That's also not. Okay, hold on, I'm trying to find where you are in this.
I'm on the first antinomy of the critique of pure reason.
They're all structured differently though because the publishers write them differently. Because the way it's written in physical books is that you have both antinomies on either side. Let's see. Let's see.
And that's all syllogistic means too, is like two ideas and then you bounce it, you contrast them or try to reconcile them or whatever.
Well, what he means by dialect, I can't find this. I want to find the exact part that you're at to cite it, but
You should just
what
be
he
able to
means.
talk about it yourself.
No, that's not how. Dude, this is like a very complicated argument. It's not something that I have like
don't
committed to
care.
memory. It's also because the antinomies aren't like memory. They're not like arguments to be memorized. The point is that you're recognizing. So, but this is the point. Okay, the thing is that if you're trying to interpret this antinomy, okay, the first part is that he's saying essentially that there is a what he calls like a dialectical synthesis that goes on here. The synthesis he's saying is really self-evident. It's really obvious. It's just that if we have two conflicting, if we have a statement and the negation of a statement, and we prove them to both be true, something has been dialectically proven in this point,
Sure,
namely
that's
an
awesome.
absurdity. Okay, that's all he's
Awesome.
saying. That's like self-evident. Most people understand that.
But it's not. It doesn't always have to be absurdity. That's why we have this crazy
That is the logical
duality.
definition
We have
of
the particle.
absurdity.
We have the particle behavior and the wave behavior from the same thing.
Yeah, that's just describing states of being. Also, you understand that like this is a criticism of the form of reason, and quantum mechanics is discovered through literally the same form of reason. So Kant here is criticizing not possibility of quantum mechanics or something. He's criticizing the way in which you can even study something like quantum mechanics. It's the faculty of reason that he's calling into question. He's saying that because I can, through reason alone, produce completely conflicting arguments that are shown to be true, that this antinomy is like a tangential proof that reason is somehow lacking, that there's something missing here from reason. Because if it's possible for this absurdity to exist, then clearly reason by itself is lacking.
Well, that's fair. Listen, this is. I want to challenge you and be like, hey, well, do you buy into it and all this or whatever? But I'm inspired to go a different route. Um, People like to argue about like how sentient the God or the Creator is and all these creator attributes and this and this. And I like to just start off with a point of like a beginning understanding, knowing that there's something higher than my logic, knowing that I can't understand infinite regress of how something could always make what came first, what made that, what made that, what made that. And I can't fathom something just always being here. Like I can get the idea, but like the process at how which it came about, I'm completely, it's beyond my reason, right? So
Yeah.
just that right there teaches me that my reason is limited. I get to humble myself right there. I
No, I
also
mean,
like to
I
use that.
agree though. That's the same point that I'm coming from is that I'm saying that your reason is there's a realm of knowledge basically that's not accessible to us. It just exists outside of the realm of reason.
Right.
That we're used to, that we're familiar with. My point is that this applies to how we know things in general, and I don't see quantum mechanics as being. It's the same like it's known in the same way that science has been known, and I'm calling into question the the way in which we can have faith in like any type of scientific discovery by itself. As Kant would claim, these are empirical justifications for things, but they're not rational, or they're not both of these things together. And so they lack like a fullness. They're not complete in themselves. Like science isn't complete in itself. You know, that's like the big criticism Kant makes, is that science is incomplete by itself. Rationality is incomplete by itself. I think this just blatantly applies to quantum stuff. Like it just does already. Because the way that we approach quantum mechanics is through the same faculties of reason, the same logical syllogisms that we used for every scientific discovery.
It's weird because I think saying that we have a limit to our reason is different than saying it's flawed.
I don't think it's flawed. I just think that I don't think that our reason is flawed or something. I just don't think that, and it's also not that it has a reason. It's that it's like it self-imposes its own reason on itself. Like it's not that something is limiting our reason and that if we broke through that barrier, it would be free or something. It's that reason in and of itself just is not able to move past a certain like hard limit on knowledge. And so the issue I have with like the quantum mechanics stuff is that it's basically built on it's built on the same faith you kind of have to have in like the instruments that you're using to measure all of these things. And what will inevitably happen, which is like what happens with all of these discoveries, is that it has to keep regressing into more and more specific component parts, and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller, where instead of having, you know, protons and electrons, now you have electrons with spin states, and then you have states that can't even be observable, and then you have states that are like completely inobservable, and they can't even be like epistemologically realized or anything, so then it's just uncertainty, and then you have to deal with like how you even measure things empirically when there's an uncertainty principle, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, or like doesn't really imply a whole lot of stuff. To me, it's like this is just an endless array of limits to our reason, and so like I don't see it as being very like promising for the future or something, or that this is like somehow proof that the quantum stuff is going to like lead us into a new way of understanding, or a new realm of philosophy or something. I think we're still limited by the same things we were limited by you know, Kant standards.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know if you agreed, like, that it, you know, most, like, you could go to a whatever, as time goes on, like, new philosophies will be coming out slower and slower and slower. Like, are we agreeing there, or do you want to take the complete absolute stance that there is no new
I think
philosophy? It has all been done, period.
I think that, well, I just generally believe that history is kind of over. I think we are kind of in like the end of history, or it's already passed. I don't think that new developments in philosophy are, it's not that they couldn't happen out of necessity, it's that they won't happen. It's that we don't need philosophy anymore. We've moved past philosophy as something that we need. Everything that could be said has already been said in some way, shape, or form in terms of metaphysical questions, or questions about being, or what it means to be a human, and all of these things. These things have essentially already been said to their fullest extent in the realm of philosophy. What I do believe in is for original things to be made in the realm of art and of poetry and of things like this, which I think actually can extend beyond the limits of like a philosophical doctrine. But I don't see new philosophies as coming about. I think that whatever comes about will be characteristic, like it will not be philosophical. It will be something foreign to us, or something that we're not conditioned to understand yet.
Yeah.
But I think that'll be of a more artistic nature. I think that's more likely to me. And so that's what I mean by this stuff. It's not that I mean that nobody can understand what Kant is saying by themselves or whatever, that we can't come to original thoughts by ourselves without reading original works. All I'm saying is that humanity has wrestled with like the same problems over and over and over for such a long time. It's just that the language we used was different, and so it makes it look like they were different arguments, but in reality it's been the same thing.
Do you have any recollection of any like, I get that there could be old talk philosophies of like thinking like we're a simulation, just thinking like, hey, God made us, that's simulation, parallel or whatever.
Yeah.
But do you know of any of these old philosophical writings that talked about put a more modern aspect of a simulation on it, like where God could be pausing us and rewinding us, and any of these like temporal, like, that the computer age will give you the reminder?
Heidegger would be the best modern example. Heidegger. He has really one major work, and it's called Being in Time. It's the only work of his that's kind of useful, I guess. But he would be the best modern example. Other people in the past, pre-technology, had made cases against essentially the form of a simulation, but it wasn't, they didn't know what a simulation was, obviously, because they were pre-technology. But there was always the central question of simulation theory that it has to answer is like, okay, if you're being simulated, that implies that there's a greater universe outside of this simulation, or there's a parent universe, or there's something apparent reality or whatever that's informing this one or that's controlling this one, and that reality would then be the legitimate universe or the real one. But then it's like, you can always fall into like an infinite regress with this stuff, because then it's like, okay, well then that one could be simulated, or this other one could be simulated. And even though they weren't using this language, this is stuff that Aristotle talks about in his Metaphysics. It's literally just called Metaphysics. Where he's talking about, back then it was more about why the existence of multiple worlds was impossible. And they took a lot of time to talk about why this was, or many arguments against the possibility of multiple worlds. To them, though, multiple worlds it wasn't like, they didn't have an idea of like planets really. To them, the world was the universe. And so multiple worlds meant multiple universes or multiverses. And this is in Aristotle in particular, but it was a series of arguments. It wasn't settled by Aristotle because people kept arguing about it throughout the medieval period, and it didn't really have a definitive answer because people were just constantly arguing for different reasons behind it. But the fact, I think the point that I want to make is that they were thinking about these things prior to our technological advancements or our understandings of a multiverse in like a technological sense and all that stuff.
Is that a reasonable answer to you, Don?
What's that?
I think you could, dude, I couldn't give you any more of like a tip of the hat or some shit as far as the way that you respond, bro. Yeah. That's crazy.
What did you ask me? Is it more what for me?
Yeah, was this sort of informative to you? Like, did you he's outlaying the frontier of the psychological sort of
he said nothing, to be honest.
Of what the last.
Yeah. So Josh, thank you for the tidbit of them not knowing planets and then having a smaller version of multiverse. Thank you for dropping me the knowledge about Heidegger, time, and I have it pulled up. I'm sorry.
And it's also brought to you by the letter A. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right, thank you for the being in time, and but yeah, but with all due respect, you went on for like 3 minutes, and all the stuff in the middle was really nothing. But mean,
That's fair.
cool. I appreciate, but yeah, I like this here as looking at the grander frame. There was the quick little thing here on the Google search made me want to look deeper in it and kick it off. I think it's fun to kick stuff off each other's brain and see what new thoughts the group can come up with as far as just how it applies, how these old philosophies apply, or really how we should decide, to act, like actually make decisions based off these philosophies, like or testimonials of magic or manifestation, which as time goes on, the stuff that seems to be very fringe or possibly bullshit, if it continues, consistently with people, although being rare, we'll get a bigger idea of it and then be able to buy into more of these magical supernatural things, then maybe evolve different philosophies based off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good to. It's always good to discuss these things, but I mean, I don't know. I just find that if you read like the first parts of Being in Time and stuff, like the issue is that it's hard to even discuss it. It's hard to discuss like really good works of philosophy just because they're so dense and it's very convoluted. I mean, you could say it's poorly written or something, and that's why it's hard to read. But like the ideas themselves are not easy to grasp, and I don't think there's many things that are
they've covered
self-evident.
everything. It's covered everything. They're not easy to grasp, but they're self-evident. Heidegger seems to be insisting that Schienen can, which must be like action or something, can be, I might be wrong, can be done only by the why, I guess that's a variable, which, quote, shows itself or, quote, does the announcing. That is interesting. Do you know about that?
Is that Shannon, like Claude Shannon?
No, Scheinen, more like Ed Sheeran.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a German term because he's being translated out of German. So there's words like Dasein in Heidegger that are roughly translated to like being there or being or things like that.
Right, but it sounds the starts of like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Remember, they say Heisenberg got to the right conclusion, but for the wrong reason. He was thinking that the photon would hit the electron when we try to observe it, and then we wouldn't know the actual position and all this. Like, but it turns out that was only like partly right. It wasn't exactly the. Anyway, sounds like he's like teasing into stuff like that.
Heidegger's his broad point in Being in Time is that one, he's concerned with he's concerned really just with this question of what does it mean to be? What does it actually mean to exist, to be? And why have people had such a hard time saying anything meaningful about it up until that point? And so he goes back to Aristotle to essentially try and find a new path to go down that is or opposed to the Cartesian or the Enlightenment method. And the path that he goes down starts with this idea of in Aristotle, there's 3 different classifications for being, I guess you could say, as a predicate. So like when I say like a subject predicate statement, like the man is tall or something, right? You have the subject of the man and you have the predicate of tall, and in between it is this is, the man is tall, he is something, or I, like am, This is the statement that Heidegger's concerned with, because he says that there's, in this instance, right, where you have a subject and a predicate, Aristotle calls this being as copula, where it's literally the copulation between the subject and the predicate, and that they sort of the purpose of the as or am or whatever you want to call it, whatever, it changes depending on how you say the sentence.
Predicate that back.
The is that is something which necessarily binds a subject and an object together. Or you could even say just 2 objects. But if you're saying something in reference to yourself, it's the subject and the object. He says this is
What
one
is your point?
conception. He says this is one conception of being. I know, this is why it's impossible to summarize works of philosophy like you want me to. This is
No, it's not.
one instance of being that Heidegger describes. His whole project is how there are, you can look in the index because it shows you all the different times he does this. There are like a million different ways that you can go about trying to essentially delineate the different ways in which being
Language?
exists. Well, not just language, but also because it doesn't stop there. That's the basis of the argument, and then he goes off into like the metaphysical implications of this stuff. But he goes
It's
through
not
the
even
different
an art.
definitions of being, and then the one that's most important in modernity is his notion of the being towards death, and that humanity or humans are beings geared towards death or aware of death, and that it's this premonition of a future event that hasn't occurred, which is self-informing to being in the moment and all this stuff, whatever. That sounds self-evident. The point is that it's the way in which technology, ultimately, he doesn't talk about technology in this work as much as he does in his later works, but technology presents a uniquely existential threat to being in its varied forms, particularly in the sense that it's convoluting time. That's why the work is called Being in Time, because being is only revealed through time. This is also why the quantum stuff, the whole idea of relativity,
Hold on,
doesn't make
you want to back
sense.
that one up? You want to back that one up?
Quantum stuff does not make sense in the Heideggerian.
Man, I don't have a pen and paper right now. So being is only revealed through time.
Being is revealed through time, as in you cannot experience or define being apart from time.
I don't agree with that.
Can you explain to me being without time?
You can have a conscious snapshot. A piece of art is being without time.
Piece of art? No, that's simply not. What piece of art is existing outside of time?
Again, it doesn't move. Time is irrelevant to the art. It's the same through time.
It's like spatially still, but it's still existing in time.
Sorry that
No,
you
actually
feel that way.
entailing the argument,
So again, we have this crude understanding of time, but we've admitted in the beginning
No,
that
No. He's not saying we have a crude understanding of time. He's saying
I'm
cannot exist without time.
I'm saying that we have this crude understanding of time, and my recollection of being without time would be when we say there has to be something above our recollection of the temporal thing, right? That's outside of our time. God
It's
always
not,
being
but that
here, the
wouldn't be
universe
human.
always being here, infinite regress. That's being outside of our time.
He's talking specifically about human being, though.
Hey Don, can you just allow for a response, man?
Yeah, you're right.
The being that you're describing, though, is not the being that's important to Heidegger. Listen, what you're describing, this sort of transcendent idea of being, this is just Platonism. This is what the whole Platonic, if you read the Timaeus by Plato, this is what he argues for. It's that there's essentially like an eternal realm. You know, people hear about forms and all that stuff, but it's like there's an eternal realm which has to necessarily exist outside of time. And these things don't have temporal existence. They just simply kind of exist as concepts or ideas, but it's never explained in Plato how something can exist outside of time. It's just assumed that eternal things are higher and that they therefore must exist above things which are temporal or are not eternal, or whatever, however you want to characterize them. What is important is that Heidegger is reading Aristotle here, like I mentioned. This is the point where Aristotle disagrees with Plato very openly, where Aristotle says that you can only realize the nature of something or the reality of something or the essence of something in its particular moment. So what he means by that is that the forms of Plato are insufficient because they ultimately they only provide a general outline, but they don't ever provide the particular instances that this form is said to be literally informing. And he uses it's not really pertinent to this, what I'm talking about, but he uses the example of like the good and stuff. And we say something's good. To Aristotle, you can only know something's good by like an example that's presented to you, a specific moment of it, which then refers to the general form. In Plato, it's the other way around. It's like you start with the general form and then you move down into the particulars. And this is what Heidegger and Aristotle disagree with. My point with all this is that the notion of being...
Which one's right?
Well, I would say Aristotle and Heidegger. Plato's wrong.
Okay.
Plato doesn't explain himself fully. So his notion of this transcendent form that exists outside of time, you can say that you believe it, but until you can actually rationalize it, like your argument will be irrational until you can rationalize it. I can rationalize why it's impossible, why it's unfathomable for, and this is Heidegger's project too. His whole book is spent. Well, that's what the purpose of this book is, basically to go one by one into each of the aspects of being, to show that they're dependent on time. And it's not something I could just tell you that.
Dude,
it's not
you're
going to mean
going
anything.
through all your yes, you've given 12 definitions of being that's relevant to us that we can come up with. We still
That's
then
correct.
have to,
That's what matters.
although we cannot fathom, right, the outside of it or the higher
If
level.
you can't fathom it, though, it's outside of the realm of reason.
Again, we can hypothesize it, right? And the word fathom seems to be where you're now wanting to argue.
I don't want to argue there, because to me, anything past the point of fathoming is invoking essentially faith or the divine. I refuse to invoke faith in things that are...
Right, so that's you refusing. I don't refuse, and that therefore brush open this, although you have 12 descriptions of being that we can accept and fathom or whatever, reconcile here, right? We must admit, right, there is something that we don't understand. And just because there's a known unknown doesn't mean that now it can't be unless I prove it and all this and that. It's a known unknown right there. Right there.
Is not a known unknown. You just know the general... This is the Platonic thing all over again. You know the form of a thing, but you don't know the particular description of it or the reality of it. This is why...
That's a known unknown.
You shouldn't invoke, though, faith...
So do we argue the definition of a known unknown now? Because, like, you're contending that phrase. That's crazy.
Known unknown. You know the a known unknown is essentially meaningless. It's like negatively defining God or something, where it's like you're just describing the bottom part of a limit to something, as if that's informative.
It's not meaningless.
It is meaningless. It is meaningless.
No, it shows.
Because
it shows
think about
the meaning of it. Hey,
what does it actually tell you? What does it actually tell you?
I'm telling you what it tells you. See how you're talking and you don't want to listen? That's maybe what you did in philosophical class here.
What does it tell you?
Philosophical study. It tells
I can tell you how it doesn't tell you anything.
I need to humble myself, and it tells me that there is something greater than my understanding. That's what it tells me, that my understanding is limited. It's flawed. These 12 aspects are a limit. They're in a box. There could be something outside of the box. That's that simple. And if you don't want to accept that, man, you can be Plato and I'll be Aristotle. That's fine.
That's not what you were saying before. Okay, listen. What I'm saying is that the known unknown, you're using... Okay, when I say that I accept there being a hard limit to reason and stuff, I accept that with the notion that I don't want to invoke faith in those sorts of things, that they're going to inform anything about me or how I act or what I believe or whatever, because they're known unknowns, because they're just the bottom of a limit and they don't inform anything. Whereas you are taking this as the starting point for the quantum worldview, as if this is the basis for what you're building it on, which is a completely different thing. That's like building the foundation of your entire system of belief on essentially something irrational or an irrational principle, as opposed to just not doing that, as opposed to just waiting for the evidence to be out or something, which to me is a more responsible way of going about something like this. If you're interested in the quantum stuff, that's fine, but like it's exactly what you're describing. It's the known unknown, and there's absolutely no reason why anybody should be placing their faith in something like that. to me, God is
It's
not
not faith,
defined
it's a
as a
guarantee.
simple
We
known
guarantee
unknown.
we have a known unknown. I'm not placing my faith in the unknown. I'm placing faith in knowing there is a known unknown.
But you don't know. Okay, when you say a known unknown, right? This doesn't tell you anything. All a known unknown does, because in order for something to be informative, right,
The challenge
you
wasn't
have
for
to
it to
have the
tell us anything.
well,
That's you're moving the goalpost now, man.
obviously you're
You're
saying
moving
that
the
it's
goalpost.
telling you something. You're saying that it's informing you of something. It's informing you of this negation of something. Even that is a statement. Like when
Yeah.
Socrates says that he doesn't know anything, that's more than just a bland, empty statement. He's actually affirming something. He's affirming the negation of something. That's not meaningless. Like that's like a statement that implies, more than just what it appears to. I'm saying, like, I don't even really disagree with you on the idea of a known unknown. What I disagree with you on is like where quantum mechanics, like any place in this stuff, or where simulation theory has any place in this stuff.
Well, it was
It
just one
doesn't.
example of trying to probe you of, like, hey, there's modern technology. We never even had these concepts back in the past, so there might be more philosophy built off of new insight in, the way the physics works.
Yeah, but it's like the whatever philosophy would come out of this, out of a purely physical description of the universe, it wouldn't be any different from the metaphysical questions that we already had, like Plato and Aristotle, though, all over again. Like that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that, okay, even if this world is a simulation, it literally would create zero new philosophical problems. It would be, because you would still just be questioning the nature of whatever universe it is that you're seated in. It's the same reality that you're in, though. It doesn't matter if it's a simulation. So whether or not it's a simulation, it's like, well, that doesn't change anything. If quantum mechanics is true, that also doesn't change anything, because it's like, even though it would imply a randomness to all these things, clearly there's an order that we perceive. So, and that's a question that people have also already asked, and has been in philosophical discussions for thousands of years, is the rationality or the ordering of the universe. And I forget what the other one was, but it's like, I don't know. To me, these aren't new. This is the same thing that people have discussed before, isn't that?
I can't answer that, man. I am just noting that the audio seems to constantly be dropping out. Like, I don't know what's going on with the server. I don't think this is a you issue, but something's going wrong. I lodged it with Geo. I don't know. How do I sound to you guys?
I can hear you.
You sound okay.
Not robotic. Like that robotic sound. I think was it New Perspective was mentioning that particularly your audio was going bad, Josh. And but what I found, actually, like even Don's audio has gone like all of a sudden bad for me. So it's not like a you particular problem. What's quite going
Yeah, I
on.
don't know what it is.
I just like, that's why I kept on coming, like leaving and then coming back. The audio kept on going a little bit shonky. What the hell's going on? So hey, I don't know, like just for the sake of conversation to like proceed. What are you trying to smooth out between, like, sort of are you're pointing out the flaws of?
I think it's my point is just the futility of this whole quantum thing is what I'm trying to get at. It's not because I have a personal vendetta against anybody who supports it. It's that I don't I don't know. It's the same feeling as if like a new religious cult just like popped up out of nowhere, and it's like, I think it's okay to be skeptical of those sorts of things. And I just think that like people have not been the people in the quantum world have not been hard enough, have not been like skeptical enough of their own project, and it's kind of like, it's a problem, because now I think that it's becoming the predominant worldview, or like metaphysics that people are adopting. Like this idea that we live in a simulation, or that we live in a multipolar universe, or all these things. They're becoming more and more present, and I think that it's because they're becoming more present, more people need to be aware of the arguments essentially made against them, which aren't like new arguments, like they've been around for a while. I don't know. It's probably not even that important to people unless you're like actively interested in the quantum stuff. If you don't care about the quantum stuff, it's like whatever. Oh. But everybody should go read Being in Time. It is a really good work. And Kant as well. And Hegel. Also good. Okay, peace.
Yeah, mic check.
You're good.
Thanks, Crizzle. That is very peculiar with the microphones. Did anyone else have that experience? Just want to know.
It's just you, man. It was just you. Like nobody faded for me. And thank you, Josh.
Yeah, like even you, like Don, like when I was listening to you, it would like end up in this crackling sound, and it's just very peculiar that New Perspective was also, when he said he was recording, I couldn't hear it, but he said that like when it recorded down to YouTube, it like became sort of static or something, and that's what I started getting from everyone. It wasn't just Josh and yourself, like yourself. Everyone was like static. And I kept on like leaving and coming back, and then it would reset, and then it would go back into the same phase.
Right. So it's probably just your connection.
I don't
I mean,
know.
that's
I'm
my
a little
guess,
bit more
dude.
suspicious. So what was
So
your main antagonism then, Preston? Like, what
me,
was your?
well, so again, I didn't know. I've asked them directly. Josh, you still?
No, Josh, he left.
It was, his guarantee that like everything has been covered. You know, I wanted to break on, be like, hey man, you know, maybe, you know, because the general statement was philosophically everything's been covered already. There's no new philosophy. It's like, okay, well, maybe there might be. You know, I wonder back in the day, like how much, you know, the standard argument of predeterminism, um, you know, versus like choice. Choice has to bring open some actual, you know, at the atomic level, you know, and the chemistry level. Uh, you know, I don't know, is he talking about 50? Because look, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, I'm squirreling. But just a quick recall, you know, the one guy he gave me, Heidegger, Time and Being, that was only from like 30 years ago. It wasn't from that long ago. It was like this century or the 1900s. So to be like everything's been discovered, but then there was something just discovered like so recently. But now everything there's nothing new. You know, they did it 30 years ago, and that's my contention. You get where I'm going. But as far as the predeterminism choice, there has to be some sort of open, equal path. You know, for someone to choose something like where is that coming from in the brain? And they haven't really broken that down yet. And so once we start getting more understanding of exactly how the brain is working, how much predeterminism is involved there, uh, you know, how much randomness could be possible, how much, you know, all the atoms, all the dominoes in physics have leaned to where, we should be influenced and our brain should be making this choice based off of all the chemicals, all the chain reactions of the chemicals. That needs to be nullified. And maybe it will be. I mean, and that needs to be nullified to have this open randomness or open free will possibility. But maybe that will be in the future. Maybe we'll figure out the brain is like, it's not linked by the chemistry. It's not linked by the particle physics. And there might be something coming from outside this realm, you know, or something, or whatever. The substrate allows us to, you know, think in ways we never fathomed was even possible. I don't know how much the old philosophies have already referenced this or not, but I don't know. The guy seemed to just be closed minded that you know.
Yeah, I mean, we really technically don't even know how old McDonald was in any sense.
I mean, to just be like, yo, you know, I guarantee the philosophy circles have said there's no new philosophy, and I'll just guarantee that as someone who's just a student of it. He's just a student. He's not a philosophy master, but he's just like, I'll just piggyback what they said.
Mic check.
Rick, you're checked.
That's me. Okay. Did you hear me before? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, there's all sorts of playground going on at the moment. I appreciate where you're coming from, Don. I'm not sure that was his sort of thrust of the information at large, but I mean, who am I to speak?
I'll be honest with you, though. I'm annoyed by any philosophy. Anybody who's very strong in philosophy is going to annoy me. And that's not their fault. That's not their fault, and I don't think I don't think I made him feel like that. But he was bringing up like he brought up like 2 out of 4 probably Goodwill Hunting archetypes here. Immanuel Kant, right? Shakespeare. These aren't people you can talk to, Will. These aren't people that you can have a relationship with. It's a strange culmination of stuff to be able to like talk it out. That's nice, man. To like have read all this stuff.
I'll
that's
give
great.
you very unusual for a guy to like break on the scene and like they basically spark my attention in such a way. Like I was a little bit sort of taken back. It's like, why is this guy like speaking my rhythm? But I mean, for all intents and purposes, I can't fault it. I didn't find any problem. Not so much.
I'll tell you what. Even people that I like, even people that I do like, and like I've had some friends that were like philosophy majors and stuff, and I could handle them without talking about philosophy. But the second they got into philosophy, it all of a sudden becomes insufferable to me, and I don't know why. I think it's just that we have there's a degree of conventionality and this illusion of linearity between all these different things. I mean, these are sort of spurious points that occur within human history. We've got these different philosophical ideas. Philosophers live and die, right? Other people catch
Yeah,
their
but
message or
yeah.
change it. You know what I mean? Like we just have this
But
to
Mm.
teach it in university, to have that is good in a way, because how else are we going to get to know these people, right? But it also gives us an inculcation of all of the connections and the connection points and the interleavering ideas of all of these things, that if we only then kind of rely upon the intelligentsia of the, I don't want to say academia after I just said intelligentsia, but you know what I'm saying, like that we're getting too much, fancy with the words here. We're getting too
Yeah,
much
yeah.
preforming of interpreting what is, like, I don't know, basically anything, the infinite, the immalleable, the conscious mind, you know what I mean? So to like have the sort of audacity to declare it as historical writ is a bitch to me, and I hate listening to it as a free thinker.
Yeah, but that's because philosophy basically is a reasoning of one's in his head. So it doesn't tell you something about the world, just how that person looked at the world. That's the difference.
Yeah, and on one philosopher at a time, yeah. But when we use like four philosophers to make a overarching point about is something, well, then that's a broader idea. Are those his ideas? I don't know how to engage with that. You know,
Mic check. You can hear me now.
Again, yes.
I'm lighting up.
Yep, we hear you.
I know you're saying again, but like my microphone all of a sudden just dropped out before. Again, I was trying to engage with you guys in conversation.
Like a
What the
boomerang, you're
fuck is
back.
going on?
Give it a shot, Rick.
Yeah, okay. My you guys were going. Like my bad. I don't mean to interrupt. I just getting a little bit frustrated.
Just go, Rick.
There's nothing to be going on. I mean, I think the guy was an interesting character. I've got nothing sort of to knuckle down on there. He did dude, fucking, how did he know so much about all the philosophers and all? He's obviously like sort of, he's learnt it. It's
He's learned them like
part of his
Pokemon.
character. Maybe, but I mean, I don't like. I mean, I can't foul him on the like collection of the Pokemon if that's the way you want to entail it. He collected all the Pokemon.
Can you just learn about a philosophy, which is like a whole way of, like, I guess, living, right? But can you
I don't
learn
know.
about that?
I'm waiting for my microphone to cut out again. Go ahead though.
Sick.
Wait.
I'm just saying, like, can you learn about a philosophy like just by reading about it, or do you need to kind of like walk that walk for a minute to understand it better?
Yeah, a bit of both, man. Yeah, like definitely. What would you say? I mean, you can go learn from experience, probably the most informative aspect, right? But then some people don't learn from their experience. They repeat the same problems again. And then some people are just gonna, one experience alone will change their pattern form such that they recognize the issue. That's a different thing. Still waiting for my microphone to drop out again.
I mean, so is it just all theory, like all this philosophy, or is it meant to be
Well,
that we can really put it to the road? Aha, your mic's cut out.
again.
Got him.
Got me? This is
Yeah,
I'm
you're
back.
back.
This is stupid.
Dubious.
So far as that's concerned, like with his larger entailment, yeah, he knows all of the philosophers. Is that relevant to our experience at large? I think so. I mean, I did try to point out there throughout the course of the conversation a little bit. It's like, are these guys just these philosophers that we sort of what do you call it, refer to, are basically sort of, they're sort of like what do you call it? Let me think about this for a sec.
Yeah, I don't pronounce Khan with a hard T. All right, because I'm a con-do
Can't.
man, right? And if I instill this like subnomic kind of programming into the conversation, you're gonna eventually submit to my position. If I mention Emmanuel can do.
I don't think so, man. Um, no, okay, so these philosophers, they set like a bedrock of information or interpretation, right? Like, as far as their entailment of, they are the evolution of thought, I would query alone. I don't necessarily think that. They're just like nominal names of like trying to explain like how we got to where we are. And it does impose some form of limitation though on the field that, but it's only because we haven't actually got access to anything further. So yeah, look, my microphone's still here.
Yeah, you're still here.
Semi-nervous about.
So you're trying to
sort
say
of,
like at a high level, everything is everything. Is that where to sum it up?
No, not everything is everything. It's
No,
just like
just
these
everything.
people, they're like basically an explanation of like human thought through sort of time, and that's the way that they're sort of imposed. But essentially, they're just. I wouldn't. I don't take it for reality, like to be the sort of, oh, necessarily this guy like Plato came along and he like everyone was dumb before Plato, and then Plato solved all the problems and that sort of shit, right? But it is kind of interesting that he's got these entailments of thought ideals, and we need
Does
to
Plato not
rationalize or resolve
supersede
the issue.
Descartes for Cartesian space though? Like Plato already conceived of space with coordinates, didn't he? That's how geometry.
Oh, you would be schooling me on this. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Platonic solids denote space, right? So without form, you can't have space. How's Descartes revolutionizing and calling a Cartesian coordinate system?
But then you just assume form, and it's part of your entailment. But then it takes someone else to come along later on to like formally like lay out the aspects of form or some shit. They in true design, like you can work out the what do you call it, like the back end. You can work or the front end, and you can work that front end out, and then work out the back end later, and then vice versa. It's no problem. It's like design of thought.
Yeah, but
at
if you
that
look
point,
at
though.
what kind of excuse that
if,
was, Rick?
even
I have no idea.
I'm
even
doing my
if you
best
look
over
at
here,
the
bro.
if you're looking at Pythagoras, that math is already in the Giza pyramid, and Pythagoras came a lot later.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't buy the whole notion of the chronology of these like thoughtful thinkers that sort of lend themselves down, but at least it's some form of a description that you can go, okay, well, I mean, they defined an idea, and that idea is still true. I mean, you can't like
It's
you can't
built on
actually
all
say
the
that.
knowledge.
I think,
The ones that
yeah.
wrote it didn't gain that knowledge on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not obsessed with the what would you call it? The individual that sort of what are they, like the heroic individual of like thought endeavor that they put forward. I mean, I'm not delusioned by that person. But it is still relevant that idea is a persistent one, and what do you say? It does contrast itself with the other different ideas that need to.
Yeah, but that's the nice thing about it. It gives you different ideas to discuss and come to another conclusion.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why. I mean, I don't understand why people were necessarily. I mean, Don's here. Don's not here anymore, but like resentful of what he was bringing forward. I mean, I antagonized the fella. In the most like sort
I
of.
was playing an antagonist because you guys were getting along so harmoniously that I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna be a little bit. I mean, I could agree with what he was saying, but also like I think it was limited. So while I don't know, I thought it was just the place for me to be there in the convo. I didn't really say that much though, Rick. I think Don was more more loud about it. No, maybe I was crazy. I don't really know. But and anyway, that guy was on here for a very long time, so I think that was a bit of a troll check, just to make sure.
No, you did all right, Snacks.
All right. It was a long time. I mean, that's like, but that's philosophy, right? It's just the more that you disagree, the more that you talk, which eventually means
Yeah.
does it
Yeah,
really win? I don't know.
exactly.
Boy, and you guys couldn't hear me before, could you? This
Go ahead, Jeremy.
microphone shit
Say your
now.
thing, Jeremy.
Jeremy? Nah, Jeremy's either sort
All
of.
right, Rick. Say your thing.
What am I
Like-
like the new Jeremy or some shit? Like, what are you referring to?
For the last, 35 minutes. Yeah.
Jeremy, you've been replaced. I'm gonna cop fire for that later on.
All right, now that you got your signal back.
I think Jeremy is still in
Dude, it's-
bed. He needs his coffee.
Not sure. It's the infinite pyramid that's always sitting in our midst. So I don't know. Enjoy that. Oh, that little pyramid.
Yeah, but the
there.
guy
Little
needs to sleep
triangles made up a bigger
sometimes.
triangle. I'm just waiting for
There's
my
always a bigger
microphone to cut off
triangle.
again. Can't work out if it's on my end or something Discord side. But I don't know, like, what do you...
Afternoon, Renee.
Yeah, welcome, big fella. What's going on?
Good afternoon or morning.
And pip cheerio to Schlitzy there. How you doing?
What, the Dalek? We're going to acknowledge the Dalek now?
Yeah, and good morning, Sirius.
Look at you
Yeah,
guys,
fair.
you're all so polite. That's lovely.
Cole's having probably dreamy time.
Cole?
Yeah, he's long sleep.
No, I'm surprised he's not snoring.
Never going with VC with your mic open when you're in bed.
I don't know what happened in the retetrising here.
Yeah, my
Guten
microphone
Morgen, Ursel.
kicked off again. Hey, Cyrus.
Syrus.
Good morning, Cyrus.
Syrus.
Peace. Good morning.
So Cyrus, were you here for most of that little like, who's this new fella, Joshua? He hasn't got a cool fancy name, Josh.
No, I don't think so.
Look at this.
That's not his real name though,
I
right?
hopped in and
Yeah, because
you
that's
were
a singer,
having
Rick.
connection
Josh Groban.
issues.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was a little bit like, I'm kind of like, hey, what is like the potentiation for that to be like, what is he like? He's like shooting out all my candy with the Francis Bacon stuff and the Shakespeare. That guy was created for me. I'm gonna have to work out why.
Are you pro
keeps
or
dying.
pro bacon, anti bacon? Are you an anti baconist or a pro baconist? And I don't mean nutrition.
Pro, like not pro or anti. It's more a case of influence. So about it.
What's a baconist?
a Baconian would be sort of no. It's a convoluted scientific interpretation. He's more of like a sociological kind of, yeah, he's cooking the books on that end.
What about his good friend, Mr. Boyle?
Boyle? I'm not familiar
Boyle.
with.
Remember Boyle's Law? It's also not a law,
Mm.
but Boyle's Law.
Is that why we call it
Optimal-
boiling?
Yeah, he wrote a book while he was contemporaries with Bacon. They put chemistry together, sort of, right?
Oh, look, frankly, I would not be surprised. The whole sort of English infrastructure, for lack of a better term, like trying to like point at it broadly at that point in time. Whatever they were doing, like you've got the intervention of the Scottish Freemasonries entering into the monarchy with King James, and then Francis Bacon, and then Shakespeare. All of this stuff just like intertwines in this weird sort of entanglement at that particular location around the earth that sort of then emanates, and this is why we talk the way we do right now. And apparently it's not to be considered influential. This is why I talk in the way I do, and the way you talk in the way you do. This is why we're actually even able to communicate with one another. It's like these characters. So I'm not sure what to think of that.
You're trying to say he Jesus?
Well, it's certainly an emanation point, if I can say that.
I was trolling, but I also kind of hit somewhat of the part of the battleship here. All right, D9. I'm just joking.
F12.
Yeah. So do you think like he was like he is like up there in terms
Joshua?
of like his like whatever
Oh, Josh?
like not an ascended master or something like that, but is he up there as a philosopher where he's actually also doing things too? That's an interesting bit. A lot of philosophers don't really do much, kind of just write books.
I mean, I can't fault the guy. I appreciated his entailment at large. Not sure what to tell you.
He's like trying his ass off all the time, seems like.
It came like, is there try hard, sort of like whatever you call that flavor or energy?
Yeah, well, I just mean, so if we start out with Robert Boyle and him, and then other contemporaries of that were Robert Boyle's a chemist with a Y, like alchemist, like a chemist. So he's respecting the roots of it in the philosophy, arcane teachings and stuff like that. He's also like not a scholastic, I guess, per se. So these two guys like also then consort with other people that are in the universities and things like that. And then they call this like secret college, basically where they can like discuss these new ideas with their colleagues, like by in letter or in meetings or something like that. And then that is how like the Royal Society, I guess, like was spurred on to being.
Pretty much. Yeah, I don't argue that at all. And I would say that those sort of what would you call it? Sort of general sort of, what would you call it? Exploratory sort of aspects are still existing to this day, such that a guy like Josh, who apparently did biology, by the way, nothing to do with literature and this more sort of in-depth philosophical take, but I mean, at the end of the day, what is it? Like, dude, I do architecture and I'm
Yeah, but Riksky, I did health education, and in health education, you get biology, but also philosophy.
Well, ain't we all just polymaths here, ain't we? Isn't that nice?
We lost Riksky again, I think. Yep.
Chess. Oh, dude, this has got to stop.
And then
It's
Snack to the
Yeah,
Future
you're back.
said
This
when
is
Rick
too
couldn't
much.
hear him, Snack to the Future said. And
Yeah,
that doesn't count as the
Like,
third person.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to
I'm just
assume this is on
recapping.
my end. I need to fix some shit. Sec. I'm just going to try this.
Reset your router.
No, I think it's
Can you hear us?
I can. How I am showing up here. I just got like mad computer problems right now. Ignore me. I just did the most retarded thing. Maybe you guys are gonna laugh out of this, but thought it was my computer causing the problem. And I took my my Bluetooth mouse. Did that work? Okay. Mic check.
You're
Last one, I
good.
promise. Okay. I'm not gonna do that again, otherwise I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, I think it's my computer that may have been causing the problem. Hopefully so, anyway. I'm gonna find out as soon as like my microphone drops off. So Joshua, what, like philosophical major in like major biology? Holy dooly! I don't know, man. Like that's the best conversation I think I've had on Discord with a fresh face in, I don't know, 6 months. And he's not volatile. Like even Don couldn't get after skin. Press Don. Couldn't grill him hard enough to break the character. So whatever that case may be. I was half expecting it would turn out that like the guy's like trolling or something and he knows all about these sort of things just to piss us off or something. And someone's gonna reveal that to me.
And you were just eating out of his hand the whole time. No, I'm just joking. I don't know if that was the case.
I was a little bit, man. He knows his shit. He knows his shit. No fucking doubt. I can't fault him on that. And it's kind of refreshing. I don't know. Like we need that sort of something different. Actually makes me want to learn a little bit more about the I wish I could go on like a diatribe about the interrelationship between Kant and Hermes, like Kant and the interrelationship between like the evolution of thought that occurred. I don't know. Otherwise, I become boring or something. I mean, maybe I just become like that guy.
Like a different book then is going to like inform you of some of these things, or a forward to a book of philosophy may include that the works that are in that book are of influence by another person's thoughts.
Yeah, that's basically where I'm at, dude.
I
Like,
have
I
a
never
bunch of these like
formally
little
learnt all
college
of this
books
stuff.
on like Rene Descartes and who like Kant, which I put magic marker on that book too. So it just says icon.
Can't?
No Emmanuel,
Can't?
just says
Is that what you want to say?
icon.
You can't? Stop being a can't?
You
How do
either
you want to
can or
phrase
you
that?
can't. But it's interesting. I don't know, like different people take from different philosophers. Like you can take a nugget from some philosopher and then just apply it to a lot of stuff too. You know, you don't have to take like their entire body of work. Which sometimes, like maybe one thing gets more famous than others, and then we consider that the ultimate truth of that philosopher. Well, maybe some of their more minor works, maybe their like B sides, are actually better, more true to what they believed. You know. I wonder about that
I
because
mean,
we're
I
just
wouldn't be
rationalizing it in the
buying
past.
into them, what they believe.
Well,
As I said before, I
Descartes-
think that these are just characters, they're like grains of...
if
They're
every
like
James
cereal
Brown
at
song
a
is a
store or
philosophy of
some
how to
shit.
be, right? Let's say every James Brown song is a philosophy. We could argue about what the best one is, but what would he say? Yeah, that's the thing. Or he might not know what to say, but it's
Who
just, it's
cares? He
funny
was a
that
degenerate, so
but
what
we
are you going to do?
automatically pick it out because we're like, oh, well, these ideas, these songs that he had, they're okay. They blend with everything else. We can put them on the radio. That they're uniform to the that they're not like antagonistic to pervading, philosophy or paradigm. That's why Kant is successful, is because he's overlapping like a metaphysical paradigm on top of a Christian paradigm. He's creating a
Josh?
sandwich
Josh was
of
doing that?
no. Immanuel Kant does this.
Oh.
That's
I mean,
that's
Josh
part of it.
was kind of doing what you were saying, so it's the only reason I mentioned that.
Well, that's why Khan's successful, is because he didn't get burnt up, because he was like, yo, it's like Christians think, but then other things on top, So I think
I mean, I could have
that
grilled him on
type
the
of
whole Christian Science
superimposition.
thing. Like, that might have been a fun angle.
He might have disagreed with me right off the bat, though, just because, like, whatever. I'm not trying to agree with him off the bat. So maybe he thinks automatically I'm trying to take an antagonistic point, and then maybe I'm uninformed because he thinks that I'm.
Well, you were. Like,
because-
you were deliberately doing so, right?
I guess so. So that would be what I'd expect. So it's not a really fair test for me to say any fucking thing.
Still think I tested him the best, man. Like,
Oh, I'm not claiming I
That
did
makes sense.
anything. I was just trying to keep it, fresh after whatever 3 hours of philosophy talk.
Yeah, but when you jump
Yeah.
from Freud to Descartes, that is one leap too far. That's what I think. But that's me.
Why do you think that, though? What's wrong with that?
Because Freud's a psychosexual, and
He's not endorsing Freud versus Descartes.
they're
talking
different modes of analysis, I think. I mean, or
Yeah.
whatever. All Freudian analysis is like a different.
He's not endorsing it.
Yeah, but what he
Like,
said, that
connectively.
Descartes builds off from Freud, and that is a mistake.
Descartes built off Freud? Is that what
Descartes-
you're saying? That he said that Descartes
was the father of the ether.
I've not heard that
So
one.
Descartes was the father of the
but I
ether.
jumped in a little bit late, so I might have misinterpreted that, what he said, but that's what
He
I
said
got from it.
So are you saying that he said that Descartes is the father of the ether? Is that what I heard?
No, I'm saying that he is absolutely.
Do
He's
you want
How
to
would
like
that be
embolden
this
that statement
ether
with
stuff.
something?
You can blame
reasonable?
Descartes on it. Oh, sure. He postulated. So he said,
Let's go into the Greeks,
because
dude,
we can
before
see
that.
starlight. Yeah, but it's because of starlight. He said the stars are far away. Thus, there must be something in between for the light to reach our eyes. Right, and this is where the whole ether concept started from. But Descartes started this whole thing.
No way.
Yep,
Well,
it's
okay,
quoted in
that's
awesome book. I got you by Whitaker called
I'm up behind that shit.
Theories and History of the Ether. That's pretty good.
Sorry. Okay. So what's the entailment that the ether is like? If one postures, why is the light from the star coming to me, and that's all you require in order to sort of entail like an etheric,
Yeah,
like
a
universal
medium.
complex?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing in a vacuum jar, like or a vacuum chamber. You vacuum out all the substance that you think you did, right? But you can still transmit radio through it, and you can still see light through it. So there must be a medium. That's what he postulated. There must be a medium between us and the stars that the light can transmit through. So and he started this shit. He's the oldest, like documented, saying that stuff. That the medium is necessary.
Well, Descartes.
Yep. If you go on archive.org,
Huh?
look up theories and I think histories. I think it's called, but anyway, theories and history of ether by Whitaker. A great book. Just right off the rip, it'll start off with Descartes, the oldest one, and he goes all the way up to Einstein. He just documents what was going on with etheric theories from Descartes to Einstein
been
and
here
all
for
this
Joshua.
quantum. Oh, I missed a good convo then. It's all good.
Yeah. I reckon he'll be back.
Oh, that book is so good. I can fire it up. I'll fire up my laptop. Pull it up. It's got gold, man, in there. Gold shit. Mikkelsen Morley covers it in there. It's awesome.
What time is it in Atlantis right now? I'm going to call you guys Atlantis henceforth, by the way.
My time is 6:25 a.m. Early.
About midnight. About half hour off midnight right now. This is like our philosophical hour right now in Australia. But we've done our dash with that. Yeah. I don't know. Like, kind of cooked me a little bit, like talking.
We can hear you, Rick.
I know. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know. Like, that's a lot of information, man. I'm just trying to map it out in my mind, like how you would learn all of that stuff. I mean, basically, like in my sort of most intense times when I was doing the university thing, trying to like deal with all the philosophers and trying to like juggle them, I just rambled them all out at lib. I do appreciate it. But what was it like? Even like confronted with the notion of the flat Earth, he was not sort of like phased by it. Sort of, it's almost like water off a duck's back. I do expect that, like, what is it? If you entail like the full depths of philosophy, you will end up in a situation where you can tango with these ideas like unconfronted. It doesn't mean you're not going to be misguided, though. I wouldn't say it's necessarily like call it an immunization against the larger conundrum. That's why I wanted to know what he said about what scientism and the nature of that.
I thought I uploaded that book in PDF resources, but I did not. Go get it.
You're right. The guy's name is Josh Brogan. Brohan. And he's got like it was it was so weird. His avatar is like
Groban?
presuming that's him, like in
Like-
a suit or something. It's like it
like
kind of
that-
wigs me out a little bit.
Wasn't it not like the exact same spelling as the singer Josh Groban?
No, it's Brohan. Sorry, Groban. My bad. Josh Groban.
Which is a singer?
Is it? I don't know.
Oh yeah. Oh, Groban. Sorry, would be the correct. People say
Groban.
Groban though. They don't say Groban. His spelling is different. So I guess that's his actual name.
Groban.
Fantastic. Wow.
Well, he's like
Fred-
he's got like a suit, and like his avatar is. I mean, if that is him, it's a man in a like it looks like a senator or some shit. Very unusual. Can't imagine why. What is it? That fella would show up, and what? He's just like keen for a conversation. I don't know. I'm looking for all the reasons why he may be some form of like operative or some shit, but I can't fault it at this point. Imagine do so. I know you didn't like him. So. Hey, Cyrus, did you get it uploaded or not?
No, not yet. I just walked back to my computer, so give me a minute.
No, you're right, bro.
I got
No
you.
rush. I'm actually half
If you-
doing
if you
a
wanna
mic
go to-
check as well. I'm waiting for my microphone to
Okay.
drop out again.
Cool. I'm just gonna actually go to archive first, see if I can get it from there. Might be quicker than digging it up. Because I got that information backed up on hard drives. That was the essentially the curriculum that Eric Dollard, once he was found back in 2012 in the desert. That's the curriculum he gave us to study. He was like, "Go study all these books. It'll take you about 10 years, and then come back and talk to me after." It's like, okay. He's like, then you'll understand what I'm saying, but read them first. So
What?
this one
So
was highly
he
recommended.
said "fuck off" for 10 years, and you were like, "Okay, what does that mean?"
That's
a
how
long time.
wizards do it, bro. That's the same shit Pythagoras had to deal with. When you go to world-leading experts in a subject, they you can't
This is some
understand what the fuck they're
masonry
saying.
shit. You're talking about the
No,
masonry.
no, no. Scientifically,
Yeah, you knock on the
can't
door,
understand what
you
they're
get
saying.
denied entry to the masonry sort of situation. You got to come back 3
Yeah,
other times,
sure.
and then they'll let you in.
I
and
would
that's
say,
it.
let's say that is the symbolic BS way, okay? And the
Yeah.
real way is that there is prerequisite subjects. Like, let's say you want to become an engineer, and you're going to take thermodynamics. It's like, how can you take thermodynamics without calculus? If you haven't been through calculus too, you can't do some of these calculations. It's impossible. I mean, unless you know calculus, then okay, it's possible. Then you studied it. So it's like just the prerequisites. So all the prerequisites they gave us, it really more than I'm still studying all of it,
What is
like
everyone talking about? Like,
till
what's so
today,
important about
15 years
calculus?
later. Oh, dude.
I don't know anything
Um,
about calculus.
nobody
What?
explained it like Eric Dollard. If you're willing to watch a, let's say, a 5-minute clip that I wish my calculus like teacher would have showed me. I'm down from Eric Dollard. Like you'll see, he looks bro. Okay, let me get. I got a bunch of shit to get for you. Hold on.
You do your thing, man. No rush. Sure.
All right. Since okay, not too many people in here. It's cool. No rush.
Yeah, she'd be slow.
Calculus.
I still wonder
okay.
why. Like, everyone's talking about like how important fucking calculus is. I mean, I didn't need calculus. I got my shit done. Why did I like?
Okay. Because with it, the concept of differentiation and integration is important. Like in engineering, it's a useful tool, extremely powerful.
I mean,
It can take you into
so,
Narnia, but it's most of the time it doesn't. Like it's legit.
I did architecture and never needed calculus. And I
Never.
will concede the notion that architecture and its relationship to mathematics is absolutely almost not necessary. So it's not.
I studied engineering, and all I needed is algebra. Even when it came to calculus, you can solve it algebraically, but or geometrically, and they don't allow these solutions. But some people do. So let's say, okay, if you have a graph, a squiggly graph, okay, and you want to get the area under the graph, okay, you can just integrate the function. Cool. If you got the function, you integrate it. It will actually the answer will be the area under the graph. Or you can take your fucking ruler and start doing it geometrically, like with a ruler, and just set it to scale or whatever. So like I can do that with using like a weight scale in grams. I can measure area using grams if I have to. I don't have to use calculus. But if you got the function, well, calculus is the easiest, man. You don't have to cut nothing and match it with the shape and weigh it on the scale and then measure 1 square centimeter, see how much that weighs and multiply it by the rest. But you can get a very accurate answer geometrically.
Like
But,
so, the area under the graph, is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's when you integrate. Correct. Get the area on, like if you have a curve, you got a graph. And you're trying to calculate the area under it. Okay.
What is the relativity of the the area under the graph?
I got you. So if I have like you work on cars. If I have an engine, okay. If I map out the pressure versus volume diagram, okay. I just put tools in there to just read stuff for me. So I measure the pressure versus the volume, and I jot that down as it goes through the cycle. It will draw. It will have an area, like it will have a curve in that graph. And believe it or not, the area under that curve is the work done by the engine, the actual horsepower output, actual energy output. And how fast it did it, then that's horsepower. But the work done in total joules is the area under the graph. So in mechanical engineering, it's a powerful tool because
The
without
wastage?
actually doing anything, what's up?
Is that the friction and all the internal sort of? Is that what you refer to as the area under the graph?
Work. No, that's the work done is the area under the graph. Work in terms of joules,
Yeah,
like
friction.
force
like
multiplied by distance.
Yeah. So what is it? The outcome of the engine is like you can measure the outcome of the engine, and you can measure the incoming through like whatever. What would it be? The weight
pressure
of the
on the face of the piston. That'll be it.
yeah, but
So the pressure times the
wasn't
area
even
of
that
the
deep.
piston times multi. That's essentially where all the torque calculations come from. How much force
So what's
is
the
produced
area
by the
under the
piston?
graph in that scenario?
The graph that will be work done by the engine.
So that's the friction inside of the end, like the stuff that sort of
No,
like just
okay.
it's
No,
like the losses or some shit.
it's everything in terms of heat thermal output. That is the output of the system. Would be the area under the curve.
Okay.
Anyway, I mean, all this stuff is way better understood graphically, bro. It's taught like visually. So
No, I appreciate
words do
completely
not do
understand
the
where you're
shit
coming from.
justice. That's why math class, like the teacher picks up a pen and just shows you the shit. It's like, oh, okay, that makes
and then
sense.
some guy shows you a graph, and you're like, I still don't understand it. You need to see it working. So like, it's a bit of like, you need to understand like what's going on in the like the physical sphere and also the like mathematical. They both inform one another. What I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, like I think I did an electricity presentation way back when, years ago. And I think it was like on old ether cosmology, whatever it was called, ADL or some shit, something like that. Anyways, I was explaining the concept of the square root of -1. Okay, but I explained it graphically. What is square root, right? Geometrically. And then Shane was like, damn, now I understand. Like, he never saw it explained that way, right? And once you do, some people get things this way. So the way Eric Dollard breaks down calculus, bro, he's a fucking wizard. And I'll show you here. Let me get the book first, then the clip. Because he's awesome. A smart dude. Mr. Maxwell was the first guy to apply calculus to electromagnetic theory and derive the speed of light and all that from it. So that's why it's a powerful tool.
None of it's correct.
What's up, Mr.
None of it is
Maxwell?
real. It's all made up.
What is?
Everything you just said.
Okay.
What part of what he said?
Speeds of stuff and everything he just said.
Well, okay, D-Mark, tell us about the speed of speech. I want to hear more.
I'm not going to tell you about the speed of anything. That would be me making it up like you thinking you know something without being able to prove it. All
Well,
you got to
so
do is
far as
prove
your
something
ability
you're
to
talking about.
communicate.
Don't ask anybody else to tell you anything. Prove what you're saying about light. What kind of light, where, and what speed to what.
No one spoke of light yet, bro.
Shut up. I thought I was asking the questions here.
No, I'm asking you questions.
Oh, so now you got to
You're not
tell
the
people what to
Inquisitor.
say, you
I'm
fucking
the
weirdo.
Inquisitor, okay?
So now you
No,
tell
you're the
people what to
weirdo.
say. So now this motherfucker's got to tell everybody what they need to say,
I ain't
who they need to say it to,
telling
and
you
how
what
they
to
need to
say,
say
man.
it. Then he's got to talk
You
every
got a
time you
persecution
speak.
complex,
When you've
dude.
only spoke one time for 10 seconds. You see the cock blocking cunts in here? These little bitches that don't like truth? Yeah, we got you. Cock blocker.
Cock blocking. Sorry, are we
Shut
blocking
the
you from
fuck
the
up.
cock?
Quit talking
Do you
over
want
people, you
access
cock
to more
blocking
cock or
cunt.
something? Is that what you
Mute
just said?
yourself. Learn some
Yeah, be
respect,
careful
bitch.
with what you say, sir.
Self-respect, motherfucker.
Self-respect, bitch. Do you know how to have any?
Well, you
Stop
just told
fucking
us
talking over
you
me.
just
I
told
never
me I'm
talked
cock
over you
blocking
one
you.
time, you dumbass hoe. You fucking bitch.
You want access to
Know
more
the
cock
same respect,
apparently.
you cunt cocksucker. Don't enter my
Exactly.
conversation,
See,
bitch.
like
When I was
this is the
talking to
thing.
somebody else, you fucking lopsided headed bitch. Are you everybody in this room? Cunt. Stop fucking speaking for him then, bitch. You fucking retarded motherfucker.
Bro, just disengage, Ricksky. Disengage, bro.
So anyway, the dude who
Oh, it
keeps
was a bit
having
of
to talk
fun.
for everybody should shut
He'd
the
be right,
fuck
bro.
up. Ain't nobody want to hear
No,
his dumbass
we'll sort him
opinion
out.
anyway, motherfucker.
D-Mark, come
We
on,
wanted
bro.
to read your opinion, bitch. We'd read your book, wouldn't we? The fucking retard Ricksky book.
I
Yeah,
I think
welcome to the
there's like
show.
Bro,
Shut the
bro,
fuck
like
don't
up.
you
a
have
lot of
like
What you
latitude
talking
here
don't you
about,
for
have
bitch?
like
for like a
cotton to
coming
pick or
together.
something, bro?
Actually, it's weird.
Yo, the cotton field is calling, man. Get back to the cotton field, man.
Yeah, suck your
Oh,
fucking
don't be
light,
like
you
that.
fucking retard light speed. Dumb
Yeah.
motherfuckers. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Why are you doing this,
Trigonometry of
D-Mark?
what? Geometric what? Air?
Man,
You're a
is it like a
fucking
late night
retard.
or something? Is it early morning in America and you got this attitude?
Is it fucking retardville here where we're talking about light that
It is
doesn't
a
make
little
no
bit.
sense?
You,
And
you've
fucking
you've you've
geometry of
created
your
the
mind, you
situation.
fucking retard. You're so advanced because you imagine you made sense. You fucking weirdo. Wow. Is it morning time where you get to make shit up?
Did you
You
say
guys can all
meow?
fucking lie
Are
for
you
20
meowing
hours
now?
to everybody and keep acting like you know what you're talking about? Is that what paradigm you live in? Is that okay? Wake
I'm
up
not
real
acting like
nice.
I know what I'm
Be
talking
really
about.
nice.
You're
Talk
doing that.
over everybody like you. Wake up real nice. Talk over everybody real nice and tell them they liars anyway. So do I got to say it?
Wrong side of the
Pretty
bed,
please, you're a
D-Mark.
liar. Pretty please,
Have you been
everything you
up all
said was
night
a
or do you wake
lie.
up early for this
Now
shit?
where are we going with it? Pretty please, you're a
Yeah. Have
liar.
you been up
Now
all night
what?
or do you wake up on this side of the
Have
bed all
you
the
ever
time?
proven anything you've said, bitch? Stop going away from
Um,
the point of
not
Demok
sure.
even entering the conversation of where's your proof for the shit you said the whole time I was listening. You dumb cunt. So now you're going to be a little
What were
bitch and
you
talk
listening
about
to,
nothing just
D-Mark?
like the other guy and jump in the way of the other fucking retard who's talking about number
D-Mark,
nothingville.
who are you listening to?
Who are you fucking listening to, bitch? Or do you hear me right
I'm
now,
asking
cunt?
you first,
You're a
okay? You
fucking
first. I'll
retard.
tell you.
You're a fucking retard, bitch. I'm listening to you, bitch. And you're wrong, cunt. You fucking retard.
Dude, don't use
Is
this
that enough, you
language.
fucking
That's just not
retard?
cool.
Fucking retards don't get their retarded. Do you get your fucking
Yeah,
retarded,
okay,
motherfucker? You and
look,
your other
dude,
buddy
I
are
know you.
retarded, motherfucker.
What do you
Unless
want me
you
to
can
do
prove
about this,
something, you're a
D-Mark?
fucking retard. Do you know how to prove
What, do
anything that you're talking
you
about
want
for
me to
last
mute
hour?
you or, like,
Can
I
you
mean,
help
I'm
your
not gonna
buddy out
mute you,
prove his
okay?
point you agree
You're gonna
with?
have to deal with this shit. See what
Yeah, deal
happens.
with your dumb ass shit, light speed, you dumb bitch. You fucking retard fairy tale talking fuck. Is it okay? We can fairy tale all
What am
day, right? Real nice.
Not sure.
You're a fucking retard, cocksucking, fucking dumb bitch, dude.
Dude, I haven't said
Shut the
anything for you to
fuck
be
up.
so
All you've done is
antagonistic
talk over
against
me the whole
me.
time, you cocksucking faggot bitch. You fucking homo. And you think
Dude,
it's funny, you homo sapien
oh,
bitch?
dude,
Why don't you go jump in
you talk
Lion's
about the
truck,
homo, bro.
you faggot?
Like, why
Don't
do you
mute Lion's
machinate
dick
about the
with
notion
your
of
finger in
people
your mouth.
doing things?
Fucking weird cocksucking bitches. Always got to jump in people's conversation. Always got to act. And then they laugh about it. These fucking Asian ass cunt motherfuckers. They don't like nothing true. All you
Dude,
say is,
come
give me the
on.
proof or
Like,
truth,
get
and
off
you're
it,
going to be
bro.
muted.
Like, no,
You're going to
this
be
is not what
talked
the
over.
stream is
As
about.
soon as you say, where's your proof? Where's your truth?
Dude, I gotta stop
Where's
this.
your
I'm really
proof?
sorry,
That's
guys.
all it takes for these
Like,
cunts,
I
right?
can't, man.
Yeah, you're sorry, man. No proof, right? Dumbass bitch.
All right, I'm sorry. Like, something. Sorry.
Oh, why are you even sorry, bro? I don't know why you're sorry. Thank you, sir, for saving my
I just
ears.
like it. I feel like it shouldn't be necessary. Like, it just should not be necessary to strong arm, like, like mutes. It
I don't
feels
even
fucking
know
weird, man.
who he was attacking, me or you.
I don't know either.
I just didn't even give a fuck.
It's too early in the
Here,
morning for
bro. So
America. It's either too
let's
late or it's
do.
too early. Which one does he want?
All right, let's do this.
Interesting. You can
Just
have this
5 minutes.
intellectual discussion with a complete stranger and a person you know all this time. You know, Rick. You can't, have a conversation with this guy. I mean, come on. It's obviously on you.
All right, rightio. Well, I mean, is he still here, or I'll unmute him.
No, he's not here. It's too late now.
The dude, he's swearing, he's cussing. Like, I don't
Swearing?
know about you. I've got a certain ethos about cussing that much. It's too
That was
much.
obviously PG level.
Nah, dude. When you're invoking like sort of any of this weird gay anal shit, I don't even want to like refer to it.
It's part of the
just,
hey gay alien dialectic.
Yeah, hey gay. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, Snacks, if you think I did unrighteously there, whatever. But
I mean, I'm not going to
yeah.
stop you from gatekeeping.
Someone's
Or
got to be the enemy.
or blocking.
I don't want to be the bad guy, man.
Continue.
I just don't think anyone needs to listen to fucking some guy talking about all the things that he apparently wants to do to someone else. It just fucking wigs me out.
Yo, Snacks, you
understand
had
it.
me thinking it's all about the regalia.
Could be.
The Hegel, yeah,
What,
the
the
Hegelian
regalia?
problem. The Hegelian
Regale some
problem.
shit.
Yep, the regalia. What do you call it? What else we got, Snacks? That's hilarious. I love that Hegelian dialectic. Ah, come on. What else we got?
Yeah, get Easter's fixed.
Dude, I need like language is so fun. It's so fun.
It can be.
Like the Hegelian regalia. What else
Getting
we got?
misused. Well, no.
I would love to stay and think tank this with you, man. But I got to do things.
Bastard! You got to get Claude on this.
Yeah, somebody get Cloud Opus 4.5. You got that, Rick? Take out another account. Get the jokes figured out.
Dude, I'm too busy like looking at the sky right now, wondering why it's fucking raining above me.
Yeah, you
There's
can't
no
ask
fucking
somebody to do
clouds.
something that has an
There's no
AI.
fucking clouds, bro.
Yet, you know.
I got rain. I got literally rain coming upon me, and there's no clouds above.
We stole your sun.
This is like end of times or something. I don't know. This is fucking
What,
biblical.
you shouldn't talk philosophy, Rick. You're mystified by rain right now. That's what happens.
Well, yeah, rain without clouds. Oh yeah, like some guy must be screwed up in the head. I'm just like telling you, I got rain without clouds.
What if there are clouds but you cannot see them?
Okay, yeah, sure.
You can't even fathom such a thing.
Totally
good
normal
day.
to have a gray
It's Pip, your
sky with
curious
rain coming
listener.
out.
Rain without
Good day,
clouds. I mean,
Schlitz.
you tell
How's
me about
merry
your
old England
phenomenon
treating
going
you?
on. Going on
Is
in
it
your
g-
backyard.
What are you doing upsetting the D-Mock?
Oh,
The gentleman is very upsettable, like easily so.
he's
So,
going to
I
join
mean,
the
ain't
free
no one
D-Mock movement
upset
now.
about upsetting the D-Mark, okay?
It's like letting the genie out of the bottle. It's like Panda.
Yeah, but when you
Opening
keep him,
Pandora's box.
We lose all of our
yeah,
internet
but when
power
you
when
keep
we
him
leave.
muted all the time, then you're gonna agitate somebody. When he gets on, then he's gonna go blow on.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
like never go full D-Mark, okay? And that's all I can say right now.
As if you could, motherfucker, go full D-Mock.
Yeah, I
right?
could not go full D-Mark. Like that's why I kind of appreciate the guy, but his ire when it's like his eye is opposed like on you for no like, whatever. I'm not even gonna
D-Mock has
try
the
to
strength of
justify
10
myself
bears.
in front of you guys.
Yeah. The strength of 10 D-Mocks. Nick Chuck.
That was from a cartoon, and size of an elephant.
Alright, I sent you the video. I timestamped it. I mean, if you want to stream it, I'll watch it with you. Just 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and you'll understand the basics of calculus, what you can do with it.
Working on. Yeah, I got it. There you go. So I got the stream up. If you guys, you got this wizard-looking character, got a graph in front of him on a whiteboard.
Yeah, did you hear what he said though about the graph? Or you need to rewind it?
Do I?
Yeah, just hour 30. I think is where that might be too short.
This crazy-looking character.
Yeah, it's Eric Dollar, bro.
Yo, what about like the gay Stapo? You know what I mean? And like the gay Stapo is always stopping the gays.
Is that your policy or?
It's just part of the Hegelian dialectic.
he
You know what I'm
he
saying?
gay Hegelian. Okay, yeah, cool. Because he gay and
Right, he's
I'm not
always
gay or
and then,
some shit. It's
right. Well,
he
you've always
gay.
got you've got the Hegelian dialectic is you've got the gays and the gay Stapo.
I'm getting to the bottom of calculus over here. Don't distract me.
Oh, there's got to be some gay shit in there.
I got a cube.
The oblong phalloid.
I feel like I know this stuff already. I just don't know that I know it, or I wouldn't call it calculus.
You could basically just do osmosis.
Or reverse osmosis, or which one do you want?
Maybe it's just deja vu, man. If you already know it. Hmm.
algebraically what's going on with a very simple mathematical ratio. You're right.
Yeah, you're good right there. He's going to get into electricity, so he's just calculus to you on the side. If you didn't get it, you can rewind it again.
I don't know, man. It's like the square graph and the fuck if I know.
You
Not
gotta
this
pay
time
more
anyway.
attention. It's okay. It's okay.
I'll take another look at it. Thank you very much, though. I can see that you actually picked out a like you timestamped it in the middle of a pretty long conversation. So I very much appreciate that for your diligence for the information.
Hey man, for sure.
In the meantime, Issa wants to talk about the Hegelian dialect. How that works. Don't you, Issa? Maybe you left. God damn it, he left. He was up to no Are you watching the Syrus?
I'm still listening, actually. Yeah, I've watched this lecture at least 6 or 7 times in my life. I need to watch it more.
What's the reason he's giving this presentation? Like who to and why for?
This is in front of the San Francisco Tesla Society, and it's about electricity, electromagnetism, and all that.
Tesla Society.
Yeah, Eric called this one the theory of anti-relativity. He's an anti-Einsteiner.
Anti-Einstein. It's interesting. Conjugate relation.
Yeah, 1 over, so x and 1 over x. You know.
Having trouble with that rubbing out board thing.
Yeah, but that's the same as Ken Wheeler's water theory with phi and 1 over phi for the triangle.
I don't know, like what's this what are you trying to say, Crystal? Like it's not good enough, or like
That the
he's missing it?
geometry of the waters and the electricity are basically the same.
Yeah, this right here is
It's
like if
somewhat-
you understand what's about to happen right here, it's just pay attention.
something.
This really matters.
Well, you can't increase the size of the wire in order to carry more volume?
This stuff is outside the wire. It's not in the wire. Magnetism is outside of the wire.
Okay. I appreciate that. What you guys keep talking about with the counter space bullshit. Saturation into counter space. That's
Yep.
a wild statement.
Because all the lines of force, let's say, between the Earth and the clouds, right? They're vertical. They move in sideways to the point of saturation, which it produces the fire column, which is the lightning. But where'd the electricity go? It just got destroyed. Where did it go? I don't know.
I mean, where did it
Earth,
go?
is it?
I mean,
Where did it go?
doesn't
Got
it travel from
discharged.
from the positive to the negative? And you're looking at the
No.
path
That's
line?
where you got. That's where you got to rewind this lecture a little bit, all the way to the fundamentals.
No,
What is this
I'm-
positive and what is this negative stuff? He derives and he explains all that
it's
from
just
how it actually
potential.
begun.
It's just like
Because
it's going
when you
from a
take your
negative, like a. It's just like
what's going
traveling.
there?
Like there's potential somewhere. That's all that is.
Yeah. What is the stuff that's traveling? So obviously you connect the circuit, you
Energy.
complete the circuit, something happens, right? Well, this is where this line of force. You got this combination in an electromagnetic field. You have magnetism and dielectricity. So the electrostatic field, you can call it, and the magnetic field, and together they make the stuff they call electricity that we know. Like, otherwise, so like in a battery, are there any magnets in a battery? No.
No, it's chemical
Okay.
potential. Yes, acknowledged.
Okay, cool. Now you short that together. Chemical potential. Okay, how about this? Rewind it to the guy that invented this thing, Alessandro Volta. The voltaic pile. This battery is a pile of cells. Okay, it's a battery of cells. So if you take this voltaic pile, he theorized something, right? And he went against Mr. Galvani, animal electricity. He opposed him. He theorized that different metals have different atmospheres around them, aka electron cloud. He got it way back then, bro. So he said different atoms, especially different metals with dissimilar colors, have different atmospheres. And if you put them in a caustic bath and you short these plates out, what do you get? Fire. They didn't have a term for electricity yet. When you short out the batteries, shit would catch on fire, or you get an arc or something. All that was fire. Okay, and people were pulling arcs with DC battery chemical cell batteries, and that's how Faraday discovers his stuff too. He was pulling arcs off a battery, and the compass jumps and all this stuff. So yeah, so in the battery there's no magnetic field, but when you short circuit and you don't get the fire effect, right? Not everything catches on fire. Magnetism appears out of nowhere. While there's no magnets or no magnetic field, there's nothing magnetic about a battery. Electrolytic battery.
True.
But then when you get the electricity out, when the chemical reaction is going, cool, and you give it a path, when you bind it geometrically, aka close the circuit, right? Short circuit. Now it has somewhere to go and get destroyed, actually. So now you get electrical flow, but due to the electrical flow, a condition rises in physical space. It's called magnetism. Magnetism develops magnetic field around the wire, the conductor, and it will
That is
attract
interesting,
iron
yeah.
and shit. And there is
So what
no
is that, like
fucking magnet.
in order for the energy to flow, the magnetic sort of flux needs to go or something? I don't know, like some corny statement like that.
You could say the following, like electrical flow, the condition of electrical flow gives rise to magnetism. Magnetism will appear if you have electrical current that's moving. When the current moves, when this potential actually does something, moves, now you get magnetism with no magnets in the circuit whatsoever. Cool, and you stop that, the magnetism will collapse on itself, and it will just disappear, gone. While there's nothing magnetic. This is interesting.
You can have magnetism without electricity, but you can't have electricity without magnetism. Essentially, is that right?
No, the other way around. No. That's Ken Wheeler follower, I think, stuff. Sort of like, no, it's not true. It's the electrical flow that will give rise to magnetism out of nowhere without anything being magnetic in a circuit. So one can theorize in a permanent magnet There's constant electrical flow in and out of this piece of rock. That's why this magnetic fiber structure is right there. You see? Because why does it emit this magnetic fiber structure? And everywhere you have a magnetic line, well, we automatically know exactly where the dielectric field is 90 degrees to that.
Okay.
So electrical flow is the prerequisite for magnetism, not physical like rocks or anything like that, or steel or anything ferrous.
So what?
Ferromagnetic.
Like the statement that like magnetism exists without electrical flow is correct, and then but like electrical flow always incurs a magnetic sort of flux, some form, right?
When electricity flows, yeah, when you have electrical flow or discharge, magnetism appears and then disappears when the flow is over.
That's correct.
Really simple to remember, huh? Insulators absorb light, conductors reflect light. Easy.
Carbon is a conductor, no?
Yeah, it is. Carbon is an excellent
And
conductor.
trees are made of carbon.
Yeah, but only because it's wet. If you dry it out, and if it's not charcoal to death, it's not very conductive. Wood is not very conductive. Everything is conductive
True.
at some point of electrical breakdown. Like you can turn up the voltage where everything will spark through it. Like air.
Yeah, I'm
Air
aware of
has
that. Yeah,
high
like,
resistance. Yeah, so it's kind of relative.
the voltage overcomes the resistance. So yeah.
Yeah. You can buff out carbon to be actually like graphite. You can get it really, really shiny.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So the shinier the material, is the inference here then like what the relationship between the
This guy,
shininess of a material?
so Oliver Heaviside, he's the mathematician that wrote the entire curriculum for electromagnetic theory, volume 1 and 2. I think and 3. He's the only one that did it. So he calls the perfect conductor is the perfect obstructor, which is wild stuff. It's opposite of what they teach us in school. And this is the motherfucker that wrote the curriculum that they teach you in school. When you read his book yourself, you open it up, it'll tell you that a perfect conductor, let's say silver, okay, copper comes in second, okay, is actually it's conducting electricity well, but it's not destroying it, it's reflecting it. It's obstructor. It's obstructing the electricity from flowing through the metal. Because if it does, it gets destroyed. You lose some of it. So it's the inverse concept of like what we think. It's not a conductor, it's a reflector of electricity. It's an obstructor. Obstructed, that's why it reflects it. It doesn't want it. But we use it to conduct the circuits. Interesting shit.
Yeah,
Electricity, bro. This is welcome to trying to engineer invisible stuff and trying to understand electrons, protons, all this stuff. This is This is where all this shit began from. People sending telegraphs without, they didn't even know what the fuck is going on. But it works anyway, so let's just use it.
Yeah, well, definitely the conductor ethos is more coherent to my pattern of thought. If you want to try to introduce this reflective stuff, I'm trying to work this out. I mean, dude, all I do is wire up caravans, 12 volt, and I mean, that's about all I do.
So the idea is when you close a circuit, it's simple. You got a battery and a light bulb. The electricity is trapped in between the circuit, in between this geometric configuration that you have. So you got magnetic fields around the conductors, and then you have the dielectric, or you can call it electric field or E field, where B field and E field at 90 degrees to one another, and trying to pull the wires towards each other. So the whole energy, and they'll tell you in the physics book, the energy is trapped in between the circuit. So just like this guy saying, this invisible fabric, or two fabrics, one is magnetic, one is dielectric. Together they flow down the circuit, but you can't see them. Okay? But you can measure the stuff, but you cannot see it. And because it's trapped between the circuit, you want the best material that will keep it trapped and not absorb any of it, which is a perfect reflector, obstructor. It's not allowing the electricity to escape. It's obstructing its escape. You see, it's by reflecting it in the trap, keeping it in the geometry, in the bound circuit. It's an interesting way of to think about it, and like I said, this motherfucker is the guy that wrote the curriculum on it. That's still taught in school today. Oliver Heaviside.
Yeah, cool. Like I definitely know that if I put the 2000 watt through those 12 volt lines, I needed some like 50 mil sort of copper cable in order to accommodate it. It doesn't
Yeah, you're gonna get
overheat.
fire.
Oh
you
yeah,
get
like
you get the old school flyer.
you feel them vibrating, dude. When they go on full charge, I can feel the vibrations like oscillating through the wires. Well, now I'm led to believe that it's actually not happening through the wire; it's happening outside of the wire.
It is.
They're just basically, I mean, it still makes sense though with like the whole idea of like the what are they doing though? Like they're pipe that are conducting a pressure potential.
What, electricity?
Yeah.
Well, that's why this
Like,
lecture is on, because it's a complicated question to answer. Electricity. So, what electricity is the invisible man in the snow, and we're just studying the footprints. That's all we're seeing, the footprints of the invisible man, and he's always walking in the snow, and all we measure is the footprints, and we call this electricity. But in reality, the invisible man is the electricity. The footprints is just the stuff that we measure, whatever is left behind. And we're always chasing this ghost. Measurements. But the stuff we can't really grab, you know. So we need instruments to start to understand it, something to interact with it. But in reality, I already left. We're interacting with the footprint. Which is like, that's why it's tough. That's why these guys wanted electrons, protons, quarks. They want to make it the physicists, because they have, the SI units, meter, gram, and second. You need mass for stuff. Stuff needs to have mass. Otherwise, they can't really work out their equations. Physics deals with mass, because it deals with the physical world. Electricity is massless. So they need to attach mass to it to work with it, right? So because it's a massless phenomena, but they need to attach mass because they're physicists. Otherwise, it doesn't work in their heads. So in metaphysics, which is electricity, they have no business. A physicist has no business studying electricity because you deal with the physical world. Like, this is, you tell me this shit is tangible, it will kill you. No, it's absolutely invisible. And it's massless. That's the issue. It doesn't have mass. This fibrous structure around a magnet, it's got no mass, dude. The magnet has got mass. The magnet is the magnetic field. What mass does it have? You tell me. Which Einsteiner ever answered them? None. That's the reality of the situation. It's a fucking massless fabric that attracts other stuff. That is like, it's massless.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I suppose I haven't been sort of like, my mind hasn't been poisoned with the notion that it needs to take on mass, although I can definitely see why it's sort of like contradictive for the physicist who believes that sort of the entire world is made up of like a material substance that they need to be able to, you know, substantiate. So that's their problem. So what do you make of electricity then? What's your big take?
Oh, it's exactly that diagram that he was explaining. It's the flow of electricity, the two components, magnetism and dielectricity, if you want to call it that, or static, the static bit, right? Because it's not so static; it's actually dynamic, but that's a bad naming. You call it static electricity. It's a horrible naming convention, but it's okay. It's dynamic. What they just
Well,
call
yeah,
static. It's
like,
just stuck on shit, I guess.
you're trying to deal with the notion of like describing electricity in motion versus like in its like what chemical potential, like in the situation of a battery.
Or just take it to a spinning magnet. Take it to the way we generate it today. Like this is where you get the same exact stuff. You get electricity out, but now you've ditched the chemistry, and you have, it's not solid state because you're rotating it, right? But you have metal. You have two. You got essentially you got magnets in the center, or you can create it with a virtual magnet, right? An electromagnet, right?
So you're
And you
talking
just
about
got coils,
you're talking about
alternator.
you're talking about the creation of electricity through motion, essentially, like a
You
magnet
have to.
like rotating across
You
the coiled copper wire sort of thing, like the classic motor.
right, motion, yeah. But without the not like the inverse of a motor or a generator, you put work into the shaft and you get electricity out of the wires. Just an inverse of a motor, right? You turn the motor, now it's a generator essentially.
Yeah,
So
follow.
like you had the alternator on your car creates tons of fucking amps. Doesn't have a single magnet in there. There's no magnets in the alternator. Take it apart. Where's the magnetism come from? Because you need to spin this magnetic field. Well, we create it via electromagnet on the center, and then we spin that. You can spin the electromagnet, and you have to move the magnet. So when you move the magnet across a coil, you induce this magnetic fabric across. It jumps across, okay? And then you get electricity out of the two ends of the wire. So that's what, and we just keep on rotating it. There's no chemistry. There's just waving this fabric across a coil. So it's interesting.
Yeah, you're basically what like but like is it kinetic energy? So that of the magnet. Sorry, you said in the alternator there is no magnet. Um, what like
Yeah.
sorry, how does an alternator do its thing?
Electromagnet.
The copper coil situation, like all the
Yeah,
coiling,
it
and then
uses
you
current from
rotate
your battery. It uses current to create a magnetic field in the windings. Then you spin it, so it will actually draw current to create the magnetic field that it needs to create a virtual magnet. Because you don't need to mine rocks and shit like that when you've got copper and you have a battery essentially. Because you can create an electromagnet and you can spin that electromagnet. Boom, same shit. Or you can go a permanent DC alternator or a permanent DC. Like that's a permanent magnet alternator. Or, sorry, I said DC. Permanent magnet alternator or generator. Alternator would be the AC and generator is DC. But yeah, you can have both. You can go with permanent magnets or electro. I'm sorry, what?
Is that like the classic car alternator? Like you're saying, obviously there's no magnets in the classic car alternator, are there?
Yeah, the dynamo, like a north-south magnet, and you just rotate it around. They call that a dynamo. Yeah, that would be a generator. But it will give you DC. It'll give you two halves. Like, I mean, if you look at it on an oscilloscope, the current that will give you, it's like half circles, a bunch of half circles. A DC generator, because as the coil sweeps across, as the magnet sweeps across the coil, right? It will have a point where it starts to be, the current will be induced, right? It will start from 0, go up to maximum, fall back down to 0. But an alternator, you'll also harvest the power from the negative cycle, not only from the positive cycle.
Between two mirrors.
Sorry. Trying to work it out.
Yeah, it's all good. This guy breaks it down. It's okay. It's okay. It takes a little bit.
I guess it comes down to like the most interesting aspect of that is like the current actually doesn't flow through the material itself. It seems to be sort of being transported on the peripheries of it, but it's still being channeled by it.
Right. Yeah. You have to complete the circuit in order for any of this stuff to happen. You have to you have to bind the geometry. You have to close it. If it's not closed, you don't get no flow.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's why you
Yeah.
gotta switch in between it. Put your light on, off.
Yeah, close it and open it. Yep.
And what? So these guys are part of the Tesla crew. Is that right? Is that what you said? Like a Tesla research plant, like crew or something.
I think it was in front of the San Francisco Tesla Society. You really got to watch the video from the beginning. It's I just wanted to show you the bit about calculus, where he was talking about when you change speeds in your car, right? Let's say you're going at whatever constant velocity, 20 miles an hour, and you want to change speeds to 40 miles an hour. Okay, you press the gas pedal. And he graphed this, right? So he started with this simple graph. You're going at constant speed. You want to change speeds. Okay, so now when you hit the pedal, okay, something interesting happens, right? A force appears and pushes you back against your seat out of nowhere, and you feel it. Okay, and you can put a scale to, to weigh that behind you, and it will register something, and you can write that down. Okay, so when you graph that too, okay, according to time, in the same exact time frame, when I hit the gas pedal, this force appeared, pushed me back in my seat. Something happened to my gas tank. A cubic volume, a cube of material actually disappeared. Okay? It disappeared out of my gas tank. Do you agree or disagree? I mean, it got transformed into gas and gave me heat in the oxidation reaction, but it's physically fucking gone. It's not in my gas tank anymore. So that force appeared because that cube disappeared, actually. But in order for all that happened because I depressed the pedal to change my velocity. So they introduces the concept of integration and differentiation. Okay. So when you integrate that change of velocity, okay, you get the acceleration, and you do that one more time, you get the cubic volume of let's say the gas that disappeared out of your gas tank. That's it, calculus. Integration versus differentiation. You're like building it up dimensionally too. Like as you integrate, let's say I don't know how to explain this to you. Shit. It's kind of like going from a point to a square on a piece of paper to a cube. Now extruding the cube into three-dimensional space. That would be the concept of integration. If you're going the other way around, that's differentiation. You're taking the cube, breaking it down to its projected area, and then whatever else, the points or whatever it could be. It's fundamental equation or whatever. So that's why he did it graphically. It's, trust me, no math teacher has ever fucking explained it that way. And once I've been through calculus, and I watched this video later on in my life, and I was like, oh my god, only if I watched this before, it would have made a difference the way I understood things. It's not taught that way at all. Like it is, but you have to find the right teacher, like this guy, or a great book or something you read. But college textbook or Thomas Calculus, bro, don't. It's not like that. Anyways, I'm not trying to bore everybody with this nerdy mathematical shit.
I'm pretty slow at the moment anyway. I am trying to absorb this stuff though a little bit. I don't know what it is. I am very much more orientated towards the notion of like the more culturally speaking, like the notion of like energies between people, exchange of ideas. Then this sort of stuff is kind of interesting. Trying to like knuckle it down. I mean, I do find it rather fascinating that when I like hook up my electrical systems, that I can feel that vibrational pulse going through them, as I said before. I
Oh yeah,
suppose I don't
the
know.
hum.
Like, what am I not interested in here at this point? Like, I have
It's
connected up electrical
technical.
systems, and I've had shit blow up in me. Like, I know that there's power there. Don't get me fucking wrong. It will do nasty shit.
Oh yeah, this is like trying to understand what it is, right? So we can essentially talk about Tesla at the end. Like he goes, this thing is like almost 4 hours, dude. All that to lead up
Yeah,
to
I know.
Tesla. He had to drag the crowd because he said something cool in the beginning of this lecture, I think, or another one. He's like, all these Tesla events or whatever he attends, and it was like, it seems like nobody knew who Tesla was. So he starts actually educating people. In order to do that, it's like, oh, okay, he has to go through a lot of basics, right?
Yeah, which is kind of why I was asking a little bit like prior.
I think your internet cut out, man. Something.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, you're back.
There you are. There you go.
Yeah, I gotta sort this shit out. Jumping between my computer and phone. I have been having some fun with this shit though. I can use my like my little computer device here, and like it basically like will diagnose Bluetooth shit. Although it would seem that it's caused a fucking massive havoc in my situation.
I uploaded that book, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, you bet. 4 minutes after the hour.
Say 4 minutes after the hour?
Yeah. So that's
Like a long while ago.
45
That's
minutes,
cool.
44 minutes ago.
Yeah, just double checking. So would you say like this sort of what would you say? This line of discourse is sort of it's like a substantiation of the ether, which is why it's like more critical.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is actually what we're dealing with. We're flowing the ether in geometric patterns. We call those circuits. But yeah, it's okay. All right, okay. Cool.
What do you
Magnet.
think of
You have a magnetic field around it. That fibrous structure, the line. What the fuck is the line made out of? We call this
a
phenomenon
reflective surface?
magnetism. The line, this. So if you put a piece of paper on a magnet, throw the iron filings, they all do the pattern. Okay, the iron filings are all lined up in space. Okay, to this line of force, if you want to call it that. So this thing that they're lined up to, what is it made out of? Whoever figured that out?
Yeah, so it's this
Right.
material
And then
substantial aspect. Okay.
the spongy shit. Right. We call it essentially this becomes the ether. This is the ether. You can say polarized.
I see your angle. Okay, cool. Yep,
This is the ether. This is the ether in flow, in motion, doing something, and giving you magnetism. Okay, it's
because you need the
made out of
substance.
something. You can feel this jelly. Yeah, you need something. You can feel this. There's something pushing the magnets apart. You try to stick like poles together. What is this stuff? It's jelly, right? I don't know. They just call it magnetism. Put a label on it. Move on. Right? It works. We can build devices that use that concept. What is it though?
Well, I mean that's interesting.
They'll try to tell you electrons, protons at the end.
What do the retards tell you about it? As far as
I don't know.
like like the deniers.
So there's something I think nice. I actually learned in school, like which is fucking out of weird in college. Like, look, dude, if you look up something scientific and they're not settled, there's 10 different explanations for what it is. Nobody knows. You're free to come up with your own. Okay. So like it takes a decent professor to tell you that statement. Once you get it when you're young, you're like, oh, you motherfucker, just like correct. Okay? If I give you an opinion, that guy gives you an opinion, that guy nope, we don't actually know how because if we do know how it works, the opinion is gonna be settled and unified. It's gonna be one explanation. Or two, if there's two different phenomena that can cause the same effect, or three. But it's gonna be settled. We're not gonna have different opinions that we can't substantiate. So whenever you read something scientific, let's look. What is the magnetic fibrous structure made out of? Let's see. Let's see what they got. Let's see if they don't take you into quarks and shit real fast. Particles.
Yeah, true.
I'll Google it. I'll see what Google says.
I mean, what was it? I was more akin to the notion of like the principal. What do you call it? The egregores and the power of egregores. Well before this stuff, and that's even more ephemeral. The notion of like the power of influence between people. So this stuff is not even that far-fetched for me. I do fundamentally get what you're saying though, because this is what they can't agree upon is like that the iron filings that you referred to before are shaping themselves in correlation with the magnetic presence, and what essentially you have no, or they have no, like they need a material sort of explanation for that, and they don't have one. It's just
We
that's why
need
they
like
get
an
caught.
elite. We need a top 5 Glober to be able to answer that, right? And let's see. Let's see if the top 5
Yeah,
Globers
what are you
have a
talking like in
consistent
Jeremy's
answer
sort
on it.
of like the way he like talks about it? That's pretty funny. We need a top
Just
5.
whomever you think top 5
Get
are.
Ruhif
Go
in
ahead,
here.
ask
See
him
what
them.
he says.
Yeah.
It's 1
Oh,
a.m. So
what's magnetism made out of?
he calls
Magnetism.
himself a top Glover.
Let's go. Or any other top 5.
Yeah, but even if you look at quantum mechanics, all they're really doing is applying mass to some kind of charge. But that is basically just energy taking up space. So why don't they treat it just as a volume?
You want them to treat energy as a volume?
Yeah, because in the end, it's something taking its place in time and space itself. It's creating its space by its volume.
I asked Mordwand in chat. I think he's a number 1 spot contender for sure.
Yeah, Mod 1's usually I mean, people accuse him of being all sorts of things, but I've found that he's pretty
He's cool.
reasonable in his sort of antagonism. I think it was Merle apparently that convinced him of something more like psycho-spiritual. So could imply that he's sort of at least amenable to alternative sort of philosophies. And that alone is like enough.
Yeah, but if you just look at the gyro, a mechanical gyro used to have bearings and gears. These days in airplanes, it's an electronic gyro. That should tell you that it's electromagnetic in nature.
I mean, does this like this sort of ethos also lends itself a little bit more to the notion of like why the gyro, you know, seems to sort of rotate with the field of the Earth? Does it not?
If you want that, I got you on quantum. Sorry, Kurt. You want to go with quantum mechanics? Shorter video, might be 10 minutes, but ultra mind-boggling.
Yeah, but about that gyro, what everybody is forgetting, the gyro has a horizontal and a vertical plane, just as the Earth has. And it's that tangential drift what's creating that lift in between. It's a torque in between the horizontal and vertical plane around the axis that is going through that, what generates that lift and drift to the west.
Yeah, but is there not like a field that's I mean, okay, so like are you guys of the intuition or the interpretation that at least like I mean, I'm standing here stationary on the Earth. Apparently you're polar opposite in the southern hemisphere. We have a field that is basically like just passing through the ether, however you want to refer to it.
Yeah, but you got the waters moving horizontally to the world, and you got the jet streams and everything moving vertical over the world. So you got two fields interacting basically together with the lands. Then you have those two cylinders to create basically a Taylor instability in the system, which would give you all the strange currents in the different parts.
Well, okay. I mean, don't mind me. That's a complication of the issue for me, like fundamentally. Maybe it needs to be considered, but I don't see the jet streams apparently flying above us or some shit.
Here, I got you on this material is really good. Okay. I try to keep this guy's material kind of close to me. That way, because it's powerful, you can shut down all global arguments with it, but you have to go quantum mechanics and the quantum field and drag them into the quantum field a little bit. And I'm yet to fully understand all of it. It takes a minute, just like the electricity stuff. There's a lot to it. I know some fundamentals, but not all of it to be able to actually argue the arguments, use the arguments against them. So there's interesting stuff in this video. Let's go.
Hey, you guys down? Hey, 15 minutes is what you got. I am getting towards the end of my tether. It's 1 a.m. here, so I'll press play on this and chill
All
out
right.
to it, and then yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, what's up, guys?
What's up, Jeremy? You missed Joshua. Did you
No, I
hear
was listening
Joshua?
to him.
What up,
Yeah, I
man?
was listening to him a little.
What do you think, man? Seems to know his shit.
You just did like, what did you do, 12 hours?
Nah, we're just looking at this 15-minute video.
No, that Joshua guy did like 12 hours.
He was here for a bit. Yeah, for sure. I was so glad I came in when he was talking, like just to engage with him for a little bit. No one ever talks to me about Francis Bacon and philosophy in that way, so you guys suck. It doesn't make any
That
sense.
philosophy shit's a black hole, dude.
It's not a black hole, bro.
Black hole of philosophy.
It's not. You reckon your shit's not a black hole?
No. My shit
Your
is
shit's
all
all about black
facts.
holes, bro.
My shit is facts. Like a fax machine from the 80s.
Yeah, sure. Like outdated? Is that what you're saying? You know, that beep 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 beep, all those
No, it's
sounds
just
and shit.
facts. All facts.
It's a facsimile. Trying to learn about gyroscopes right now, Jeremy. Shut up.
You got to rewind that a little bit. You missed the good shit. You
I
went
was
with
listening.
You went with the quantum fluctuations, and you missed it. Explanation for
Go
everything.
back to quantum.
Yeah, just rewind it like 30,
Dude, I
maybe a
gotta
minute
ask the question. What is
tops.
this whole terminology of quantum even? It's like offensive. Just gets like bandied about. Like, what does quantum mean?
How much? How much?
How
Quantized.
much
Quanta.
quantum? The quantity? What, is it like a qualification versus a quantification? Sorry, Jeremy. Drake. I am, like I said, I'm generally more orientated towards the philosophical. I heard that part. What am I missing here? I didn't miss anything.
Just keep listening.
Shut up.
So you can use that argument and the Foucault's pendulum. You see, but anyways, let's write that one down.
Saying it's quantum fluctuation.
The line that he said right before that: if something is moving, just rewind it
What do
again,
you reckon that was
please,
that the
please, sir. Watch what he said. This guy's a fucking physicist. Like he's got paperwork to back up everything that he says.
Gyro doesn't rise without you spinning it up.
That's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant. Write that down, Cyrus.
I'm writing.
weirdest contraption? So what, has this guy got like a Beyblade on the end of a like a stick or something? Sure. Oh, explain that shit. Look at that. There.
Did you hear that? It's producing an electrically neutral magnetic field.
I did hear that, yeah. Just call me primitive. I'm just more fascinated by the fact that this thing is like sitting on the end of that little pendulum stick thing. Good. I think they worked. I worked out how they're hiding. I've worked it out. Is he a Glober? He's a Glober.
Unknown. He's a mainstream guy, so I would say Glober, but he's super pro ether and hates Einstein too. So yeah, and loves quantum mechanics. Obviously, he's a quantum mechanics guy.
You can't be
So these
pro
are ether
ether
guys?
or quantum mechanics. They're contradictory.
No, this guy will explain how they're not.